Uploaded. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for returning. Today is the second day of the plugin programming class, and it's a continuous from yesterday. So if you go to the AutoCount Wiki site and click download programmers tool here, okay, then at this download site, scroll to the bottom, or you can find here at the sidebar there, training download, then you can find yesterday project. So you just right click on, because if you click, you would go to that page. So you just right click, then open a new tab, and from here, let me see, where is the download? Here. Now click this button to download. Oi. I should have removed all the binary. How come? Got binary inside? Oh, yeah. Should have put the DLL there. I should remove the DLL. Because of this, it cannot allow us to download nowadays. Very strict. Okay. In that case, I have to re-upload again. Okay, where is it? Oh, even from here, I cannot download. Sorry, there's some. Okay. Yeah. Okay, then I try to download again. Oh, okay. So now you can download. So after you download, extract the file out. Okay. So I'm going to extract my file, this project out. Okay. This one I put this one is 20, huh? 2023. 20. Okay, so I'm going to use the same project file as you, as your. So after you extracted, right, you want to make sure this project you can run. So double click, because I already removed all the libraries, DLLs, packaging, everything, right? So when you start the project, when you double click the project to start right here, you may find some reference missing. Okay. So if I try to build CAN or not, from at this side, I think should be okay. Because most of the things that it refer to, right, under the reference, under the reference, most of the things that I refer to, they are from the NuGet or from online NuGet. And also, if you have already installed the DLL, I mean the AutoCount accounting, then you refer to the same folder, unless your install folder is different from the default folder. Or if you install is the x86, the 32-bit, then you have to reference the Developer Express DLL to the correct folder. If you cannot find the reference that defined here, it will show a yellow exclamation mark here, and that you have to remap the DLL. Usually I will just delete it and then add the DLL again. Or I think, let me see. Oh yeah, the thing is you cannot change here. Oh, you cannot change here. But you actually can, you know where your folder is, right? All your reference actually is inside a file. I think here, is it? No. Where is it? Resources. Oh, no, not this one. You can actually get or download the change the path if you know where the path is, right? Packages. Let me see, is it packages? No, this one is for the package. I forgot which one. App config. No, package config. No, this one. Oh, I think it's the solution here. The solution file, right? I think I'll just open with text editor or Notepad++. Also not here. Where is it already? Never mind. Anyway, you just delete it and then just re-add the reference here for Developer Express if you can, if the system cannot find where it is. So by right, once you open the package already downloaded complete, then you can right click and build it, or you can build the project. So how is everyone this morning, and have you all downloaded the file? We're going to use this project to continue today training. Today we'll be looking into more on the data part and also the data with the UI. As someone mentioned yesterday, we were thinking how to use the search lookup and then the lookup edit, and also the grid column to have the something like item lookup. Then also we want to do a custom report for the plugin. And then if got time, this part is if got time, then I'll cover a little bit of the application script and also report script. These two is if we got enough time out. But we will first must cover this part. Until here, we must cover this part for today's lesson. Okay, so still a lot in the waiting room, sorry. Okay. Let's admit everyone in first. Okay. For you who have just joined us, you may want to take a look at the project yesterday by going to the WikiWest website. So you go to Wiki AutoCountSoft. How to get it to this page is at the main page, right? At the main page, you scroll down, then you look for C#, the software developers. And here at this page, click Programmer Download and Links. Then from here, you can scroll down, or you can, if you can see the left bar, right, or left panel, just click this training download. Then you can find the training project yesterday, from yesterday. So you can just right click, open in new tab, then you go to the new tab here, and then download it. Inside is all text file, so there's no shouldn't be any binary left inside. Okay. Okay, today there's one issue, not issue, incident. Just yesterday, the server was switched from one to another new server. So this server has impacted the plugin builder. So if today or this morning, if you try to build your plugin, right? Okay, let's say I go open project. Okay, I'm going to build this plugin in. And if I click, and if I click build package, then you have to wait for a little while. And then after a little while, then you, good morning. And then after a little while, then you'll prompt you a message saying they cannot connect to the server. Oh, you cannot connect to the server because the server has changed. That means plugin builder 2.1 is going to have a new plugin builder. So hopefully by afternoon now, we'll have a new plugin builder for the plugin. I think for every version, because current the plugin builder that we are using now is pointing to the old server.
不好意思啊，想问你啊，如果现在因为我的那个 account 呢是因为我这个是副机，也还有一个主机在公司，所以如果我们两个是没有
online
哦，
等一下。
对。
Hello, Don. Okay, so it's so we are setting up for the some of the classroom. Okay, for yesterday project, you can download from our wiki website. Okay, this is you just go to the wiki website download page from here. Then you scroll down to the training download. And here you can download the plugin for AutoCount accounting, right? The project. So after you download, right, you extract to one of your project folder. Okay, you extract it. For example, here I just extract it out. Then this folder, you double click and then double click the plugin for AutoCount 21. This is a solution file. So click on the solution and then you'll be able to come to this page. Then you try to build and see any error. If you got some error that you cannot build, right, you look at the errors here. I don't. If you see some errors here cannot build, then most likely is the reference. Reference, then you open up the reference, see any reference that has the exclamation mark in yellow color, then that assembly you have to replace it or point it to the correct path. Okay, if everyone is ready. Okay, first I want to open the UDF. I'm going to close all the tabs first and then open the UDF. Yesterday we stopped at this part, right? Okay, basically the UDF part until yesterday we have done it until here. But there's one thing that I forgot to show you, which is the register. I need to register call this method, right? Register the UDF. So where do I register the UDF? We go back to the plugin initialize or initiate. Okay, then we scroll to before load. Same like what we did for the access right. Here we're going to call the UDF. I just put a comment here. Then because it's a class, so I'm going to new UDF. Okay, then I need to pass in the user session. So from here, we can access the user session in the argument E. So I type E dot user session, or C can direct. Actually, you can direct access the DB setting also can, but never mind. The one is a user session, and then dot again. And you find the method called register UDF. This is the method we wrote to register the UDF. Okay, but then there's some bug at the query there. Okay, we're going to find out what are the bugs. So this form here, we right click form one, right click form one, and then view the code. So you scroll down the query here, there's a bug here where you say A, you select, right? We select here A UDF name one, that's correct. But then, and the group here, right, we forgot to group it. So that's why if you run this group SQL, you will get error saying aggregate function not, or aggregate for the what? For this field name or UDF name one. So what I need to do is I need to add in the UDF name one to the group. Okay. Okay, this one, right? If we need to, I would say if we need to, but this design doesn't suit for detailed table. So actually we can simplify it. Yesterday I only thought about it. Then I only realized actually this is too complicated. We can actually simplify it. So I'm going to keep this just in case you somehow you want to add in detail to your columns here. But actually for this example, right, we don't need the detail here because the detail we are using this staff function, right, to add in the comma as single row. So there's no reason why we need to select from here. Okay, so I'm going to comment the whole thing here. Copy first. I'm going to copy first, and then I'm going to comment it. Where's the... Okay. And I'm going to change the query. So basically, I'm going to move all the columns name right here. Okay, I'm going to move it and replace the asterisk. Okay, so you see, I just copy this column's name and then paste into the asterisk. Next, I'm going to highlight all of this here, all here, and then I'm going to comment it. Then I'm going to replace the, just now was a open bracket, right? I'm going to replace it with item and then put an A behind. The last step should be here where item equals to what, right? I'm going to change where item equals to A dot item code. Okay, so this is the final step. So I think I can copy this to the check. Okay, I put this in the chat. Okay. So you can actually remove this part. You can remove this. So that is simply easier, right? You don't have to go and group it and then select from a table again. So now if I run, okay, I run this program. Okay. So if I go train sample, so if I load the items, no, you can load the items here. Oh, then you see the UOM, it shows you all the 3 UOM for this item. Okay, and if you type in the UDF name one, right, which is under the stock item maintenance here, oh, you edit it. Okay, if you edit and then you go to user define field here. So you just type in something and then after you type, just go back to this form, you load, and then you should be able to see the UDF here. Okay. So the access right? Yesterday, we were saying the form, we want to show the form. You see, if I remove this access right from admin, okay, if I remove it, and then when I click the load item, right, nothing happened, right? Then I don't know, hey, what's going on, right? So the proper way is I should prompt a screen window to show that this user doesn't have has the right. So I'll do is I go back to this code here, the button click. Oh, this one is more suitable for if you are using like integrate or API when you don't need the prompt, or if you don't need a prompt, then you use this is correct. But if today I need the UI, I need the prompt to show me that this user has no access to this function, then I'll have to use something called access right UI. Okay, so I'm going to copy this line and copy this line, and then I'm going to comment it. Also, you can press this button up there to comment it, or you can press Control E and then Control E and then C. Oh, something. Let me try again. Let me try Control E, C. Yeah, Control E and then C. So you can comment the highlighted line. Okay, I'm going to paste here. And then if you use the My User session, right, you cannot find the access right UI here, you see? there's no access-right UI here. So how do I get to the access-right UI? I need to go from the AutoCount assembly or the library, right? Then authentication. And then inside the authentication, actually, you can find access-right UI. See? Okay. Access-right UI. And then dot. Okay, access-right UI, then dot. Get or create. Okay, then inside the get or create, it requires the user, right? The user session. So I'm going to pass in my user session here. Then dot again should be is accessible. It's accessible. So that means I'm going to put this is accessible here. Okay. Okay. So if not is accessible, then it return. Oh. So two ways of writing, the result is the same, but one is with the prompt, one is without the prompt. Oh, so this one is without the prompt. Oh, without prompt. This one is with the prompt. Okay. So because this you see Visual Studio this is quite friendly lah, user friendly, because here they show the color a bit gray. The reason is because they say this has been declared in the directive using directive here. You see, you already declared the using directive, so that means actually we can shorten it by not having to put, so we can easier to read. So you just remove the AutoCount authentication. Okay. Now if I run again, okay, then I go open form 1. If I load right now, you see it prompt me saying access denied, and I can have this button to access with another user if that's another user have the right. But if not, then I go to access right maintenance. So I just assign this user. Okay, now I go back and click load item. Now it works. Oh. So this is the refresh of yesterday lesson. And today we shall move forward. Any questions so far? Any questions? Okay, if not, then we shall move forward to create custom table. Okay. So there are times when we want to store our data in the plugin. For this plugin, right, we want to store our own data. Besides using UDF is one way, but UDF is somehow we are using UDF is only when we want to add a column. But there are times when we want to add a table for like settings, our options, our own options in the plugin, and also we want to create a type of document. So all this, right, we can actually create a custom table. So to create a custom table, there are the 3 steps, I think, maybe 3 or 4 already, I can't remember. Okay, never mind, we go by the step. So the step is quite simple. First, we need to know what are the tables. We need to design a tables first. So I'm going to open the SQL Management Studio and then design the table. I'm going to design a simple table for settings. Let's say in my application here, I need to do something for settings. So I'm going to create this table. I don't have to I don't need to create in the table that I'm doing the testing. Maybe I create somewhere else. This is the table, this is the database that I'm using for testing. So maybe I create that table somewhere else in like Panda Test. So I'm going to create, oh no, oh yeah, yes. Wait, where is the create? Oh no, I need to select table first. So you expand the database, then you select the tables and then right click, new table. So if you got SQL Server Management Studio, you can try to create your own. But if you don't have, that's okay. You just watch, and then later on, the purpose is to generate the script. So the script, right, I will paste it inside the chat group. So here, the table. The first column, maybe I want is the for primary key, right? Usually we always create a primary key first. So primary key, probably I call it naming is one of is the toughest thing. Naming, you always got to think what name to put. Okay, maybe I call it auto key now. Auto key. I'm not going to put in the key here. So the auto key, the data type usually will use the int enough for this setting. So maybe I use a integer. Where is the integer? Here is big enough, more than enough. Actually, small also can, but never I put this. And then usually you create a primary key, you don't allow null, right? So you uncheck the allow null. And then here it's right click, I set as a primary key. Or you right click at the corner here, at the side here, then you set as a primary key. Then the next column name, maybe I want to put is the description of my, name of my setting. And then here, maybe I set the value of the setting. And then see what other things I need. Let me think. I think that's all right. Or maybe I want to put a description or something. Okay, I just put. Okay, after that, I need to decide all the data type carefully. I need to decide the data type. So the first one probably I will use a vchar. Vchar is here. Wait, sorry. Not vchar, it's called nchar, I think. Very small. I also find very difficult to read. Okay, we are not going to use a varchar because for setting, you don't need the special character. But where is the? Okay, I'm going to use this nchar. Okay, like nchar is correct. I'm going to use nchar, but then for the name, right? Probably I put like the size of the length is probably I put like 30 or 30. And value, probably I put something longer, like 100. No, value I think can be shorter, like 50 or 50. And then description, maybe I can put something at 100. Okay, there's also another type of user inside AutoCount. Just now, if you notice, right, there's something called D something, or this D something, right? If you see all the D underscore something, these are all the AutoCount defined user type or data type that's defined by AutoCount. So for instance, let's say today, if I want to put a data code here, right? Maybe I can do something like that, but it's not good. But I'm going to say why it's not good. Like data code, right? We check the data code usually is what is the size of the data code. Okay, let me see the data code. Where is it? Or account code also can now. GL mask also can, but let me check the data code. What is the size? Okay, data table, column. That's the data code. That's the account number, which is 12. And then they're using MVR char. Then I will probably go and change this to MVR char. Follow what is defined here. But is that a good design? 12. Oh, that is not a good design because let's say because AutoCount you can change the size of the data code or account number. So if you change here, right, then your plugin the column table, right, the data code is not updated. Then if you write something that is shorter than this, then you get error. But usually people expand now, increase. Very seldom people decrease the size. But we also want to prevent any possibilities. So the better way is we use back this user-defined data type, which is D underscore account number. So whenever you look at the column, right, you see there's a D underscore column. So here, if we are related to this column, right, then it's better that we use back the same. So for instance, here is a D account number. Oh, this is the one. So if the system change the size, we don't have to worry because this will be updated as well. Okay. Okay, so after we have designed this, right? Design this. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see this auto key, right? This auto key, I want it to auto increment, right? So there's an identity specification. So here I need to change the property to yes. Oh, yes. So it will auto increase. We basically don't have to assign value to AutoKey. The SQL server itself will help us to assign or generate. They use the incremental and then the seed. Every time you add one to it. Okay. So once I've done this, right? Okay, let me see any other value after I decide the data type. And I also need to find out which are the value that I want to make sure that it cannot be null. Oh, so AutoKey surely we don't want it to be null. And then name, maybe name I also don't want it to be null. Maybe I also want to control, they must select the data code. Or maybe not, allow null, data code allow null, sorry. Value cannot be null. Okay, all the others are reference, then can be null or something like that. So once I'm done, right? Okay, once I'm done, then I save. No, not save. Okay, how do I do? Oh yeah, save. I save the table. Do I need to save? Let me see. Oh, generate. This one is change script. Oh. I want to generate the script only. Yeah, the script is here. Okay. So what I do is I go to table designer, generate change script. Then let me see. I only need to copy. Never mind, I copy everything out first because here is very small. Hardly can read. I just copy out. Then use a new one. Okay, so then from here, I think I'll remove some of the things that I think I don't need, right? Let me see. I think I don't need this, right? Never mind, I think I leave it first. Okay. Okay, the name of the table, right? Okay, when we do a custom table, we need to provide a name, right? Oh, yeah, this one is author. Author, I don't need because I think I better save it and create. Okay, this one is I get all the changes on it. Okay, so I'm going to save it. That I go to file, save the table. How to save as already? That's why I'm looking for the save as. Where is the save as? Oh, sorry. Because if I click this, oh, you will prompt me the name. Yeah, too long didn't use. Okay, you prompt me the name, so I type in the name for this table. So when we come to naming, right, we have to naming something that make sure no one is using. Don't go avoid naming something so common setting. Everyone calls setting, then who is using the name? So because we must understand that there are also others may be creating the plugin that need the custom table. So it's better that we put in something like, for instance, for auto count. Now we are using ATC, means auto count, and then underscore. Sometimes we also use AC, but I'm not sure. Once a while they want to use AC, another one want to use ATC. So latest one I think is ACSB. So they keep changing. Okay, never mind. I still use. I think I use the latest one. ACSB. If your company haven't got a short code or something, you can think of a short code, then you put in. Like last time if you still remember TM Century, last time they used TMCS. So something like that. So auto count and then followed by your function, because you may be creating more than one plugin, right? If you today you just call it setting here, what is the problem? Next time you want to have another setting, then you got to think of settings or setting one, setting two, like that. Wow, how are we going to remember setting one or setting two? So it's easier to identify that which plugin it is for this table. For instance, here is plugin for auto count to 21, right? Okay, I think I just call this one is for training or training use. Okay, training sample, if you want, you can call it train sample underscore. Then only you put the settings here. Or config, settings or config, then you only put it here. So I click create. After I create, right, I should be able to see the table inside here. So it starts from A, right? So I try to look for A. Now refresh. Okay, never mind. I try to refresh and see. Refresh. ACSB, right? Here, you see, it's here already. So I will get it from here. Just now the one I think too complicated, or the change the table designer here, the change one. So here I right click, right? And then I go script table as create two new query editor window. So I just create. What is this? So they'll generate this code for me. You see, it's simpler, right? One enough, don't need so many steps to create a table. So this is the code that I want. And use this part, right? Remember to remove it. If you don't remove, right, you'll always look for this database name. So I'm going to remove this. Okay. So leave the others all inside here. But you can go through if you want to make some adjustment, like for instance, you decided that, okay, the value don't have to be no na, then you can change to na. So you still can change while you're inside here. Okay, or you can change later as well. So the purpose is I want to save this file now. I go to File, Save As, into my project folder. Okay, I'll go to my project folder. Packing. Okay, I put inside the packing because even though I don't have to be inside the packing, I think no, I don't put inside packing. It's not part of. I might put inside packing. So inside here, right? Maybe I'll create a folder SQL. So the SQL script I'll put inside here. But the name, right? The name probably I want to put in something meaningful. So I think I'll put the same name as my plugin. So this is my plugin name. So I'll put this as the, go and press Ctrl C. So this is my plugin name. Okay, so name it as plugin for AutoCount 21. But I prefer don't put numbers. So I think I'll remove the number. So just call it plugin for AutoCount. I mean, I think there's no wrong to if you put numbers up, but I don't know later got any issue or not, but I just remove the number. All I need is this file. Okay, save. So after I save, right, I go back to Visual Studio. Oh yeah, I copy the script. Okay, I'll copy the script. Where is it already? Oh, C. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll copy this. To the chat. Okay. So you can paste this in the notepad and then save the notepad as something and then .sql. Or you have a Visual Studio, you can straight away do inside the Visual Studio. For instance, I can actually right click here, right? And then right click the project and then add a new existing item. Or I can create a new SQL file. Okay, so but for me, I'm going to create an existing item. Then I can browse the file. Let's say here. Okay, but you cannot see the file because we expect something that the source code or something is in resources and so on. So what I do is I change the type of the file to all files. Then you can find this file here, SQL. So I'll add this file to my project here. Okay. So you can double click and then check again here on your SQL file, the script that you create, you can check again here. Okay, next thing I want to do is I need to write some code to execute this code, right? Or otherwise it won't run. So to execute this code, right, I'm going to create a class called custom table. Okay, right click on the project or right click on the project and then add a new class. Or you can select new item. And then select class. So once you select class, right, type in the name custom table. Actually, can I like share file on the chat room? I mean chat group at chat room. Can I share files so that you all don't have to type? This one is called custom DB. I don't cannot no cannot. No. Okay. It can. Where to share files? Anyway, we go step by step. Type message below. Then attach. No. Oh. Oh, okay, I get what you mean. Here. Oh, I need to put inside the Google Drive somewhere first. Oh, same. I think it's a link. Okay, then we will still go step by step. So we create the class called custom table. Then we add. So this custom table, same thing, we type CTOR and then tap twice, 1, 2. Okay, this to generate the constructor. And then this constructor, right, we want to pass in the user session. Okay, so this user session, right, move my mouse over, and then on this little tiny arrow, click, and then select using auto count authentication. Then you auto add this for us. Okay. Then inside the class, I want to create a local variable for this user session object. So I type in user session here, my user session. Okay, so this my user session equals to user session. So we are repeating this step is quite often now, right? Okay, then first, before we create or execute that file, right, we need to make the file into an embedded file, because otherwise it's just a meaningless file, like just a content inside here. So we go back and look at this plugin for AutoCount SQL, right? This file, right click and then select properties. Then you'll be able to see here the properties here. For this file, right, we want to change the build action to embedded resource. Oh, that means this file is like attachment to this DLL. It will be inside the DLL. Okay, now we want to execute, right? If we want to execute this file, right, we need the code to run. So I'm going to copy the code and put it in onto your desk, the chat. So first we need to read the embedded database schema. and then we need to create. So these two steps is to read the embedded resource, and then next step is to execute it. So I'm going to copy this over this whole thing, right? Okay, there are two methods here. I will copy the others later. I'll copy these two first. One is to create, one is to read. Okay, I'm copy. Then go to chat. Okay. So once you copy the code, right, straight away you put inside here, inside the custom table here. Okay. Okay, you may notice some error, right? Don't worry, we'll go change it one by one. So the first error is my DB set. Okay, so this create, right, requires DB setting. Okay, if you move your mouse over to create, you can see on the right hand side there's a DB setting there. So what I do is I put my user session, then DB setting. Okay, then this one green color highlight, right? Usually it's not something that's serious. That means it still can compile, but it's better that we pay attention to it and see why it highlighted. So if we move our mouse over, right, it says it's going to be deprecated, means it encouraged not to continue to use this way of writing, in other words. So it advised that if you read the second line it say standard exception handler dot write exception to error log, right, is obsolete. So use write exception to error log. Don't use write exception to error log, but use write exception to error log. Okay, but we read, the explanation we look at here, you say you don't use this, but use this. That means then we look at the parameters of this both method, right? Actually, you see, the left one that it asks us not to use, right? You only pass the exception to it. But on the right side, right, you see beside the exception, you also got a string of occur in where. That means it adds one more string to let us know that this error, it happens where. So in other words, we just need to put in comma and then put in a string here. So happen where? Happen inside the create, maybe you put the class name, also okay. So happen inside the custom table. So if anything happen error, right, this will write the log into AutoCount accounting. Okay, where can we find the error inside the AutoCount accounting? The log file should be inside here, right? Tools, and then is it audit trail? I think so, right? I guess it's here. Oh, I guess it's here. So maybe if any error, it will write into here. Okay. Copy, yep, copy the source. I mean the coding, the coding for these two files is already copy on top. Okay. There are two methods. One is create embedded. Another one is read embedded. This one I copy one more time if you want. The create one I copy one more time. This one is already edited. Okay. Now I'm going to edit the second one. the second one is a read embedded database schema. This one is because it says it doesn't know what is a string. And if we move our mouse over, right, then try to look for the arrow. Click the arrow button, it say actually it's missing the namespace. So we just need to add the directive using, okay, so once you add the directive using, right, then show you the system.io, then actually the whole thing, everything solved. So basically inside the read embedded, right, we don't have to make changes. We just need to add the directive. So this one I paste again for the read embedded database schema. Oh, sorry. I just noticed the message that I just paste, right? It was to private message. So I'm sorry. I'm going to copy and paste again to everyone. Okay. Got it? So you copy the code and then paste it inside the custom table just after the constructor. Okay, you need a break? Okay. I think we still take a break first now. Then we come back at 11:10. Okay, we take a break and then we come back at 11:10. In the meantime, if you have any questions, you can ask in the chat group.哦，你们有 access internet， 可以 access internet 吗？你是有这里的 WiFi 吗？有哦，没有。其实这里有那个 WiFi 的，你可以帮。
没有，这个是之前的。
之前的啦。
之前的。
哎呀，那个 WiFi 发射泵是什么？哦，在这里。对呀，我抄过来，哎呀。sorry 啊，忘记掉了，突然间才想到。领鞋这里没有玩过哦，那边有。 有看到 auto count yes 哦，auto count yes 哦，它的 password 是刚才你说你有什么？
现在把它变成 set。
哦，这你的频道会不在这一台，还是在另外一台？
但是我们两个是有领到。
你要
如果我们两个同一个 server 的时候就可以，两个就可以同时间用。可是如果让我来到这边，我跟我的同事的那个，我们就两个就他们在 office 用的，可是我在这边我就用不到。
对，
这样它可以把它变成 set 这样子。
这样子，2.0啊，2.0可以，要不要？因为它的来生哦是在你的 server 那边来生，所以如果你把它给它 backup restore 进来哦，可以了，你就变成免气体，你就 backup restore， 你只要 check expiry 东西不要它。
没有啦，就是如果我要你现在要在这边用，就其实它也是不，就长期也是要另补那个 server 的。
但是因为你在这里做 stand 的话，也可以让你做新的 connection 什么话，那边收的就好。
因为我们是这个 for testing 的，我们是 testing 嘛。
哦，这样你可以在这个 create 一个，你可以这样哦 testing 可以你在 Office 里面，然后你做一个 backup，然后这里你 restore 的时候 restore 到你local的 SQL server， 你这里全部都是
testing 的。
对，因为你的 server
都是 office。
Office 那边，
对，
应该只一个在local，你要 local 要install 一个 SQL server， 或者你们都看到 installer 的那整套吗？
但是整套我没拿到。
拿到。Partner Space 你有 access 吗？
Partner Space 没有，因为那个是我才跟用我的号，因为之前我没有做号，但最近才安排我这个号。
哦，所以是你的handle，叫 send 一个 list， 你给你去 download 了那个 setup mod， 因为那个
setup mod
不是AutoCount 有一个 setup 啊。它是这样子，它 set up 的时候，哎，让我看我 logo 有没有。等下我看我 logo 有没有刚去 server 呢。OK， 这如果你有它整个 full set up 了，它是这样子的哦。哦，你会看到这几个 file 在里面。所以当它 set up 的时候，你可以在这里选。怎么这么慢的？那哎，这个也 impact 哦，
不能那样。
不是，现在我们那个 border 换了 server，这个也影响到。I mean 不能，这个你跑的时候，我主要是要 show 哦。我看 wiki 有没有 ，wiki 可能有给你 image 哦 ，wiki 那边应该有它的 installer 的 image。你去 wiki，然后在这里找 setup auto count。 看能不能找到。OK，不是这样了，可能叫 install AutoCount。OK，so 在这里哦。我要修你的是说，这是 create account book，不是 install，这是 create account book。API login error。哇，那 server 一没有跑的话，很多东西做不到哦。他们还在找这 solution。
哦，还没有好了那个。
昨天晚上才开始发生吧，好像是10点。好，还好不是白天发生。
没关系，这样明天我去问他们拿了那些东西，先让他知道。
对对对，他们应该会给你一个 download 的地方，所以你到时一跑这个，我主要是要 show 你，它有一个地方会给你选 standalone 的，所以你选了那个 standalone，它就会给你 install 那个 SQL Server 一些下去。
就我直接在我的 laptop
对，
它
很方便的，很方便的因为你现在的都是 link 到另外一台电脑，所以你不能 login。对对对 ，OK， 来now we back to Visual Studio. Just now we copy two method, right? Create embedded database schema and also the read embedded database schema. So the next thing we want to do is we want to access and call this create embedded schema, and then we have to define where is the namespace of this schema and also the file name. File name is this. So we go to plugin initiate. Okay. So inside the before load, under the create custom table, okay, we're going to call the method custom table. Same thing, we use new to access the object or initiate the object. And then again, we need to pass in the user session. Then dot create embedded schema. So this create embedded schema, right? We got two parameters. One is namespace, another one is file name. So the namespace should be our project namespace, right? So our project namespace is this. You see the namespace here. So we're going to copy it and paste as a string. Okay. The second parameter is the name of the file. So I'm going to copy the name of the file. Okay, and paste here. Okay, but don't run first. This is not good enough because if we look at this logic, right, it will always execute the embedded resource of this SQL and create the table. So the first time you load, there shouldn't be a problem because the first time the table is not in the DB yet. But the second time, if you try to create again, right, then you hit error. So there are two ways of doing it. One is in the SQL, right, itself, we add in something to check whether this table exists in the DB. If it doesn't, then we will only run the execute and then run the creation. Another way is to check from our C# code. So I got the method ready as well. So we just copy and paste, we will do. So let me see where it is, the code. So the code is here. What we do is first we check whether the table exists. This one is to check the table, and this one is to check the column. Two, actually two only. One is to check the column. Sometimes we also want to make sure the column that we create inside the table is exists or not. So I'm going to give everything, or copy everything. And go back to the custom table here. Okay, go back to the custom table. Then we paste after the constructor here. You can put anywhere, but then it's more appropriate to put it here. Okay, but then you see there are two errors here. Oh, okay, I copied these two for you first. Sorry. Oh, is it? Okay, we'll go back to check the UDF later because someone you found that the UDF is not created. Then I go back and check again. But before we go back and check, right, we solve the some highlight for this custom table first, and then we'll go back to the UDF and take a look. Okay. Okay, so here, after you paste in the table exists in database and column exists in DB table, you notice there are two errors, right? Okay, so the first one obviously is how to say, is a method, right? But this method function, or say function, is not inside this class. So there are two method, private method that I have to copy, which is this, or you just copy and paste into it. So I'll just copy and then paste here. This one you paste at bottom because it's not important to know what is what the logic is. It's not important. Okay. So I'll copy this and paste it inside the chat group. You just copy and then throw it in at the bottom can already. Okay, but there's a highlight, right? Two highlights at the bottom here. One is the DB setting, another also DB setting. But now, guess what is the reason for the highlight or the error? Namespace, right? Namespace. So if we move our mouse over and then click this arrow, and then select using AutoCount.data. Using the AutoCount.data, then you resolve the error. Now, we want to scroll back up here and see, so this already resolved, right? Oh, no problem already. But how about this one? Oh, need the DB set, right? So this DB set will use my user session and then DB setting. So same, the second one, user session, then DB setting. So basically, I just copy paste the code into my custom table and then correct some of the errors. Then it's done. The errors shouldn't be difficult to change it. So basically, it's done. But now we want to use this method. Table exists in database. So we go back to plugin initiate here. Okay. Then we type, we need condition, right? When we come to condition, we always use if. Okay, since we're going to use the custom table more than once, right? So I'm going to change a little bit. I'm going to copy this line, not the whole line, just this part of the code, right? Okay, before that, I'm going to create as an object because we're going to access more than one. So I'm going to create as an object. Oh, actually, no need to copy. You type, you just change to this. So bottom here, right? Instead of create new, I'm going to call custom table dot create. So that's why this is the object that I created. Then in the condition if, right? I'm going to type custom table because the method is inside the custom table. Table exists in database. Okay. Then if I move my mouse over, right, then it tells me I need a parameter, right? The parameter is a custom table name. So what is my custom table name? It's a string. The data type is a string. So I need to find out the name of my table, right? So still remember the name of my table. Here, this is the name of the table. Okay, so you just copy the table name. Then paste it into that string. So the logic is here. It says if this table exists in database, then what do I want to do? But I don't want to do anything, right? If the table already inside my database, I don't want to do anything. So I've got to go reverse, right? I mean, not reverse, opposite. Opposite means I need to say if not table exists, then only I want to create the data table. Sorry, not the data table, only create the table in the DB. Okay. Any questions so far? If not, we'll go back to check the UDF. Maybe I missed out something. Oh, by the way, the UDF, make sure you have this added to the before load, or you need to add this line also. So we just done the coding to create a custom table inside the database. Okay, next, we're going to check the UDF. Okay, first thing, we need to make sure we got register the UDF. Okay, then we go and check the code inside the UDF. So you press F12, we're highlighting the register UDF, right? Press F12, you jump to the method here. So you look inside this flow or the logic here. See anything went wrong, huh? Okay, something wrong, right? Anything wrong? The logic? It says if this field name is found inside the UDF table or not found, because equals 0 means it doesn't find the right. It doesn't find, then only add. So should be correct, right? Should be correct. So equals 0 means it doesn't contains the field name, then it will create the UDF. So it should be correct. So, but then if we want to confirm whether it's correct or not, the logic, right? We can remember we can put a breakpoint here. Okay, then we execute. We want to check. So we execute. So there are two things we want to check. Now one is to create the custom table, whether it got created or not, and then log in a second time to make sure there's no error. So I'm going to put two breakpoints. Okay, one is here. Another one is let me see. The plugin initiate one is here. Okay, one is here. So now I still don't have this table inside the test trial account book. I don't have, right? So I'm going to log in. Okay, by right, now you see it breaks here. Okay, it breaks here. By right, if I press F10, it will goes into this code here, right? So I press F10. You see it goes in, so you create the table. Okay, done, it created. So it continue run. So the next breakpoint, right? It will be here, the UDF. By right, I already has the UDF. The UDF already created. So it will skip this part. It should be able to skip this part. So if I press F10, now you see it skipped. Because I already has this UDF. Then run it. Now, then it's create. But sometimes for testing purpose, I want to see if today is another UDF name, whether it will goes into this line. All right. So what I do is maybe I just change the field name for testing purpose, change to 2, then run again. So now I expect it to comes into the UDF name. Okay, so I run. Okay, now again the breakpoint stop me at the custom table creation because the first time I already created, right? So now I expect what? I expect it will jump or skip over this line. So it won't execute this line again. Let's see whether it happens that way. So I'm going to F10. You see it skip. It skip. So it won't create again because the table already created. So next, I want to check the UDF, whether it will create this UDF because it's a new UDF. I just changed the name. So I'm going to press F10 here. No, it comes in. So it comes in, it create, save, okay, done. So no error, right? No error. Yeah, so okay. So how do I confirm these two things? So we confirm the UDF first. To confirm the UDF, we go stop item maintenance. And then you can see the name tool is created to further check the UI, right? I don't know why this part slowing down. Okay, user defined field, you see it's created. So that's a user defined field. How about the table, the custom table inside the database? How do I confirm whether the table has already created? The one, of course, I gotta come back to SQL Server Management Tools. Okay, so the table just now I log in is test trial, right? Okay, so I'm going to refresh it first. Sometimes refresh first because when you open, right, at this point, right, it doesn't refresh. So you refresh first, and then you open tables, then look for ACSB. If you use another name, right, then you look for another name of Oh, no, the table is here. Oh, so that's how we create the custom table. Any questions? Okay, if no questions, right, then we'll continue to the next session. Next session is to save data into our custom table. So there are many ways of doing it. Again, when we say write data into the database or when we load the data in, to our application. So the one that I'm going to show you to write the data is to use something called simple save. Okay, I'm going to close some of the form first. Okay. Okay, maybe we use the form called yesterday. I think I created a form that then I haven't really used it, right? So we're going to use this form called lookup data. Okay, and we're going to use this form. Then I think I just delete everything first. Later I only add it back. Okay, I delete everything. Okay, right click and then we view the code. Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to change this form to Developer Express Extra Editor and then Extra Form. So this is to change the skin of the form and also the what you call compatible with the auto count. Then I want to make this into a function on the main menu. So I'm going to add the attribute. So the attribute is auto count plugin menu. So this one I'm going to call data lookup. Maybe and settings oh. So the menu order, because usually setting is at the end of the menu, right? So maybe just put like 99 or something like 999. So it's at the always at the bottom. Menu order already. Next is the access right. I put blank first because I haven't created the access right. But I need something begin new group, right? I don't want to use the option. I want to straight away use the parameter provided. So I'm going to use this one. Begin new group is true. Number 4, I'm going to use number 4. Begin new group true. Oh, but this should be here. Okay, true. Okay, so you see you draw a line. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parameter. So next thing I want to do is I want to make sure I got pass in the oh yeah, one more thing actually I really want is I want this to show as a dialogue. Okay, so but then dialogue is not part of the parameter. That means it's not here to just let me put in the true or false. It's an option parameter. So that means here it looks show as dialogue. So I'm going to type show as dialogue equals to true. Oh. It's an option. So what we do for the option, we just type in the name and then set the value. So the next one is very simple. We just want it to constructor. The constructor, we just want it to have the user session to pass to us. Otherwise, we cannot do the database or access the server. So we just need the parameter of user session. And same thing, we want to save it to this local class. So the namespace not defined yet, right? Okay, so I'm going to add in the namespace. Okay. Now we want to do some design. We want some text box. Now text box and then lookup edit. But the one later, the lookup edit, I will leave it later in the afternoon. After lunch, we'll just do a simple, the main purpose now is just be able to save the record into the database. For the lookup, I'll do it in the afternoon. Okay, now I'm going to design the form. So we got how many columns? We got name and then the value, description. So these three are all for typing, and then we got data code. Thereby, all we we put in the box first. So the first one is whatever we want to type in, name. We drag out the label control. Sorry, look for label control. Or label also can. Or if you don't have the developer express, you can look for label label. If you have developer express, then you can look for label control. So I'm going to drag out the label control. For labels control. And then a button. Oh no, before the button, we look for text edit first. Okay, if you are using the Windows form, right, then you can use text box. If you're using the Developer Express, you can use the text edit. So I'm going to use the text edit. Again, I'm going to drag out 4. Okay, you see, I can. Okay, while I'm pressing Control keys, right, from the existing control, right, I can just drag it to clone it like that, to clone it. So if your first text box got event inside, right, you clone it, right, the second box will have the same event as the first one. So you gotta be careful when you do clone. Okay, I'm going to drag a little bit. Maybe the last one is what? Data code, right? Okay, the first one I want to give the name. Here cannot type the text on. Okay, so I got to go back to the properties. Okay, make sure you're at the properties now. So the text, right? I'm going to call this one maybe name. This one, I think I'll call this one called value. I also don't know what's the value for. Just type value. This one description. And then this one is the data. Okay. Now the text box. Text box, right? It's better that we put a proper name. Like this one is name, we put a name instead of 1, 2, 3. So this one I put a name. Then second one, the text edit is value. So I put a value here. And this one description. Okay. And now we come to the data. Okay, for the data, right? We can type in the data code. Let's say this one, my intention is to save the data code. But then it's very troublesome, right? Every time I go to save the data, the data code is I got to key. So instead of keying, maybe I want to search for it. So if I want to search for it, I can use the AutoCount component. Okay. Never mind, I leave this here. I leave this here just in case we want to try out. Okay, I leave this here. Okay, then I also want to add another control that I can look up the data code. So at the toolbox on the left panel, if you see the toolbox, if you cannot find the toolbox, you can actually go to view, toolbar, is it to view? I so forgot where, other windows. Sometimes you may accidentally close it, but I also forgot where already. Here, toolbox. So it's under view, then you click the toolbox, or then you appear again. Okay, so I'm going to find the AutoCount component for selecting the data. So I'm going to type data here. In the toolbox search, I'm going to type data. Now you see quite a lot of the data you see, right? These are all the user control. You got quite a few of them. Then actually yesterday after I went back and then I did some homework. I did my homework yesterday. And I found out that actually data combo is the one that I can use. Okay, so you're going to drag out the data combo. Okay. And finally, we're going to add the button. So if you are using Windows component, you can look for button. And if you're using developers component, then you use the simple button. So I'm going to use the simple button. So I drag out the simple button here. 2, I'm going to drag out 2. 1 is for save, 1 for cancel. Okay, so usually save is on the left side, right? So I'm going to call the first button called save. And the caption, the text, I'm going to call it save. So usually it's a standard, like when we put a save right in front, we put an N. It means you see there's an underscore below the S. If we press alternate S, then it will save. It will perform the save. So that's why I put N here. So same thing, cancel. We're going to put in cancel here. And usually cancel, we want the alternate C to cancel, right? So we'll put the N in front as well, and then cancel. So after we done the naming, right? Like this one cancel, this one save. So I'm going to double click the save button. And also double click the cancel button. Okay, the builder is ready. I think I'll do it during lunch. I will put the builder and let you download. Everyone has to download. It's a new one. Oh, let me tell them also something else. I don't know whether they know or not. I never later. Okay, save. Cannot help it, but tell him. Save and then cancel. Oh, something. No, I thought something short. Okay. Cancel is very simple, right? Cancel is just to close the form. So I just type in this dot close. Oh. And then I'm going to create a table for it. So this table to store the data. So I'm going to call it the data table. And I'm going to call DT setting. Okay. So I'm going to load this DT setting, the table structure, but without data. Load the structure, or unless I create myself. If I create myself, means every time I got to add the column by inside the coding. So instead of adding the coding, maybe I load empty table in is faster, right? So what I do is, you see, when we execute the query, right? I show you what I mean. When I select okay, when I select, right, the table from this what you call from this DB, right? Now no data, now no data, so it returns is all the columns and the structure and so on. But if you got data, right, then you have the you load a lot of data in. So, but then because I don't want to load the data, right? What I do is I'll do something to prevent the data being loaded. So I'm going to put name, value, description, and data code from here. Okay. So I'm going to copy this line and paste it inside my SQL statement. So this one I'm going to create it as the standard statement now because I'll be repeating using it as SQL then it's a select now, select. So I'm going to paste here. So this one is my standard. Oh, I forgot to say this one is a string. Okay. So I got the data table, I got the select statement. Now I'm going to load the schema. Okay, so here I'm going to put in the private method load table schema. So to load schema, what we need is to execute this SQL, and then we just need to say don't load data. But how do we tell the database not to, I mean the SQL not to load data? Very simple. Okay, all I need to do is, oh, this one, oh, okay. This is DT, this naming not so good, very confusing. I thought it's DB setting. Never mind. Load table schema, we're going to use the my user session. Okay, DB setting, get data table. We use back the get data table. So this is the second time we're using the get data table. And then we put in the query. But this query, right, SQL query, we want to add a condition that it load nothing inside. So what do I mean load nothing inside? When it's negative, right? So if I add in this in as a where 1 equals to 0, so it will become always false. So when it always false, right, even if I got data, it will return nothing. So all I need is the table structure. So here I will put something like what? Okay, I'll create a new object. New select equals to my SQL select plus something like where 1 equals 0. So this is a new select. It's a SQL, and then behind here load schema I put true. So if I load the schema as a true, right, then I can actually check the column size, make sure the user entry won't over the column size, and so on. Okay, but then this data table, what am I going to do? I'm going to return it to this called my DT, my DT setting. So I think I'll return the data table. So this one void, right? I think I don't need to return. I just straight away assign to my DT setting load. Okay, then I'm going to allow user to type in something, right? So once the data table is loaded, okay, where should I let the data table loaded? So should be at the constructor, right? At the beginning. So in the constructor, I'm going to type in load table schema. Okay. So you execute when this form is open, it will load the schema and then into the data, into this data table. So after it loaded, right, I want to see for now, I think I'll just add a new row. Okay, I'll add a new row. Should I add a new row? If it's empty, right? If it's empty, I want to add a new row. So I'm going to write something to create a new row. Oh, actually, no need to write a method. Sorry, no need. I just add a one line. Here is my DT setting, add a new row. Rows dot add. Then my DT setting, new row. So what I'm doing is actually every time I start the form, you create a new row. Okay, you create a new row. So this becomes keep on adding. So if I want to load the data, right? This one is to load the schema. So I want to load the data is to create another table. I'll create another method called load data. So load data, we can straight away call this query, okay, the global one, and then the true, this one change to false. Or maybe this one called get data. So get data, it will return the data table. And then this one return. Okay. So this one is to load the table schema without data, and then this one it returns the data to me. Then in between here, right, we add in something like my DT setting dot. No, sorry. In between here, we add something like get data. Oh, but then, yeah, the schema, once you get the data, you override it because this one don't no schema. Actually, no need to run twice. I think this one no need to run twice. Just one enough. This one true. Okay. No need to load this. Straight away we get the data. Okay, so when we get, after we get the data, we add a new row. Then we want to key in something. After we key in the entry, after we done, we want to save. So after we save, right, we want to, how to say, after we save, yeah, we save first, or we do the saving first. So after we key, we save. So to save, right, again, I'm going to write a method to save the transaction, or not transaction, to save the setting. So the save, I will get the data that I entered and save it into the database. So the database is using the DB setting. Okay, go DB setting. Simple save. Okay, simple save data table because we only got one table. So this table will be the my DT setting. And then we put in the select statement here. Okay. Okay, then there are two ways that I can update the table, right? One is to assign value into this table new row. But so far you see my code, right? There's no way I got link between the UI, this editor, right? This UI and the table. There's no link. At the moment, there's no link. So how do I link the table to the UI? There are two ways. One is to create the, how to say, I got to load the data and then assign the data to my UI. Another way is I do data binding. So if I try the data binding first, I try. So if I'm going to do the data binding, usually I'm going to do it at the constructor, right? So after I load the data already, okay, after I done loading the data, I'm going to do data binding. So I'm going to create a new method called initiate data binding. So the purpose is to link the editor or the UI to the data table. Okay. So there are 4 editors, and 5, I think. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. So the first one is the name. So this one is called text edit name dot data bindings dot add. Okay, so I'm going to add the data bindings for the name. It requires 3 parameters, or it's quite standard. One is the property name. So the property name is name. That means it's the field name. Field name, this one. Oh. So the property name is the field name. And then the second one is the data source. So the data source is the table. So I'm going to put in my data table. Sorry, property name is not name. sorry. The property name is edit value. I'll explain this later. Got confused, sorry. Data member is the field name, sorry. Okay. So data member, this one is the data member is the field name. The field name is this. Now follow the field name here. Okay, edit value, right, is about this UI. How does it access the UI, what you call the value that is stored? Because every UI, right, like this one, text edit, you also got a field or property that is store the value. So on which property I want to access the value of this editor. So that's why it's called property name. Property name is point to the editor's properties. Now, for instance, if you type text edit name, right, then dot, you can find what? Usually we go for text, right? Text. Another one is edit value. Edit value. But edit value, I think only the Developer Express has it. So if you're not using Developer Express, if you're using the Windows one, you cannot find edit value, then most likely it's text, or you can use text inside here, then you replace it with text. Okay. So, but here I think I use edit value. Okay, the next one is value, right? So the data binding add, same thing, the property is the edit value. Then the data source is the data table setting. Then the data member is value. Okay, the third one is description, data bindings, add, same, we're using the edit value. Then description. Okay, so the final field, right, we got 2 editor. One is the text edit, another one is called the data combo or something like that. So we do the standard one first. Edit, then it's called, I haven't given the name. Let me go back. This one I haven't, I forgot to put a name here. So this one is the data code. This one is the data code. So, okay, give a name, then go back. Okay, so this is the data code dot data bindings add edit value my dt letter code. Oh. So correct, no? Yeah, correct. Letter code. Check the field name, make sure it's correct. Okay, I will show you this later, this one later. Now I will show you the standard, the for editor, how we do the data binding. And then after data binding, how I save and then close. Okay, so after save, yeah, maybe after save, right, I want to close, right? Then I want to close or not. Wait, let me see. Okay, you need to control whether there's any error, right? If you simple save data, if we got error, right, maybe we should catch it here. Okay, then I think I'll just display the error. So show the error message. Okay. Okay, before we run, I think I forgot one more thing is to add this method, right? Just below here. Okay, inside the constructor, but after the data table is created. Okay, so just add the initial data binding here. So everything actually, every code that we put in, right, there's a flow that we need to see which step comes first and then what is the next step. So the step is very, sometimes it's important, but sometimes it doesn't matter. Okay, so now I'll try to run this plugin. Okay, I'll run it. Okay. Train sample. Now you see the data lookup and setting is here. So I click. Oops. What happened? Which? Oh, yeah. Because get data is not load data, so actually I need to equal. This one I need to add in get data because it's supposed to return me the new table. Or now return me the new table. So I need to assign the table that I want to create. Okay, so you see, got breakpoint easier, very fast. You can see where the error is. I mean, not breakpoint. I mean, if you can run in debugging mode. Okay, now I'm going to run again. Train sample, data lookup. Oh, because you see, you look the schema, there's a problem also. If you look the schema, right, because I say, what did we do? I mean, what did I do? I say the name cannot be null, right? So if the name cannot be null, right, because of the schema, it also doesn't allow it to create without the name. Okay, unless I don't want to load the schema. So maybe for schema table and the data table, maybe a separate is easier. Okay, I change this to false first. Maybe we don't need the schema first. Later we only see whether to use or not. But I think won't use that for the same table. Okay. You see now okay already, So this one now I don't have schema. The problem also got problem. I don't know what is the length of this field. Or if you want to control the length of the field, then you need to load the schema. But I guess not the same table as the data. This one is the data table. So okay, now we try to type something and save. Testing 1, 2, 3. Value testing again. Description again. Test third time. Data maybe I copy a data. Yeah, you see this one is the show dialog. What happens if you show dialog? You see, it block everything behind. Oh, so you must do this first and then you complete first before you can move on. So okay, I'm going to get the data code out. We got, okay, I choose the ABC company data code. So I'm going to put here. Okay, now if I click this, right, nothing, you see, nothing. So because I haven't initiated, but you see, something looks like the auto count, the, what you call, the data lookup, right? If you click this button, right, error, now error, nothing lah, because I haven't initiated. So, but then I try to save this. I try to save. Oops. Why column does not allow now? Okay, now I'm going to put a breakpoint at the save there. I go to save here and put a breakpoint. Why is it not? Why is not? Okay, so it break here, right? Then I want to check the table. Why the record is say cannot allow now? No, it's not now. It's not now. Sometimes that's why it's very headache when something unexpected happen. But this is not now. This got value. Okay. What happened? That this one I'm not I really don't know why. Because you check already got value inside, but how come you cannot save? What's going on? Okay, I'll check later lah. So I'll check later. I really don't understand why where is now. Come is now. No, it's not now. Wait, let me think. I really no idea now. Anyone knows? Need help? You got auto key field, right? But then it says name is the one. It says name is the one that is not. Auto key by right, it should be able to assign by itself. Oh, maybe okay lah. You're right, Brian. Maybe I have to include the auto key first. I try to include the auto key and see what happens. But right, because I'm not supposed to assign the auto key. Okay, try again. 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to type so detailed now. Just type it. Okay, so the auto key is supposed to be able to assign by itself, right? By the SQL server. So I'm going to try to run. No, it still say the name. How come the name is empty? Okay, I'll remove the name now to cheating. Don't waste time here. I try to change it. Okay, delete it first. Okay, I delete the table because no data here, easy. But if you got data, then you cannot delete that. You got to write another query to alter the table. But now no data, right? so I just delete it. Okay, I'm going to cheating change all this to now first because you need time to investigate what's happening. Okay, now I run again. Okay, I go create the new again. Save. Okay, so the table has the value, right? Okay, now F10. Run, just run. Okay, so done. Oh, done. So I check the database. Now I check the database. So you see, by right, you don't have to assign the auto key. The auto key, the system or the SQL server itself will create for us. So, so if I look at this, I remove this first. You see the data, is it safe or not? SQL. Oh, how come now here? Oh, no wonder. Now you see one is safe, right? Then you know why. So something wrong with the binding here. That means I need something to. Is the binding here something went wrong? Okay. Even though the data table it shows the value. I try to change to text.
The select statement table is different, right?
Text also got its problem. Sometimes the data is slower to update. Okay, I try to change this. Now I get some idea where it went wrong. I think it's the binding here. Okay, try again. One, two, three. Okay, you see, somehow here you got the I expect it to. How come it expect it to update the new row? How come it expect? Okay, then I execute again and see. Also now, something wrong. Then I will check this later. I'll check this later and then let you know what's the issue. Okay. What I want to do now is I won't be able to complete this part after. I mean, I will complete after lunch. But what I want to do now is to explain this thing. This is the simple. It's the combo data combo user control. So to use this, right, we need to provide some data. That means you need to be able to initiate it. For instance, you look at the auto count here, same like this. So if I click here, then you see you show the data. And then another thing is you got image here, but then if I look at the form right here, there's no image currently. If I look at this form here, no, the image. So that means I need also to assign the image to this button. Okay. So how do I do that? Oh, see someone. I think the auto key is int. Maybe no, the auto key I already assigned. I think the auto key is already assigned. I think it's most likely is the data binding there. I need to this type is headed. I need time to check what is the problem. Unless I do manual, I don't use the simple. I write my own SQL query, all this. But my purpose is to show you the simple save. But I don't know what happened the simple save. I'll investigate later. I'll update y'all when I find out what's the reason. Okay, so this is the combo lookup. And this combo lookup, right? I need to initiate by going to the coding again. Okay, so here, just before the data binding, I'm going to insert another method called initiate search lookup. The one, I mean lookup combo, lookup. Just call lookup, general name. So basically, this lookup name you have to run before the binding. Okay, so how do I initiate? It's by looking at the name first. Let me see what is the name of the component. It's called UC data combo 1. I think that should be fine, right? Because it's already, we know it's a data. So we go back to the code, UC data combo 1. So first thing we need to do is we look for initialize. It's like lookup edit. The old lookup edit, if you remember, we also do that, right? And also the filtering lookup, also we use initialize. So, but then we want to see what is in the initialize, what is the big parameter. So the first one, oh, easy, right? User session, my user session. And the second one is the document. Because we don't have a document here to define what is the document, right? So I'll put now. Yesterday I tested, it seems like okay lah. I don't know whether got any issue later on or not. Because I tested a few times yesterday, it was okay. Okay, so I put now first. Otherwise, if by right, you should put like it's an invoice or sales order or quotation and so on. But since we are not doing invoice or anything, so I put now. Okay, then we also need to put in the picture, right? So how do I put in the picture? There's something called images iAutoCount. There's one object called iAutoCount image. So this one, I'll create the object of this iAutoCount. Okay, the purpose of this, right, iAutoCount image, right, is able to get those image inside AutoCount system. All the images inside AutoCount system, right? You can use the iAutoCount image. Okay, but how to create? Let me see. How to create already? I can't remember how to create. Hold on, let me find out how to create. So to get our image helper, yeah, I forgot about image helper. So to get the image object, right, is to go to image helper. Okay, next line is get auto count image. Okay, how come I cannot? Oh, because you cannot use new. Okay, so dot get auto count image. Okay, then the scaling, right? The scale means the size of the image is based on what? So based on our this formula, because we are in the form. So based on the form dimension, auto scale dimension. So when it comes to image, right, size is one important thing. And not only size, also the one called you know, we got the sizing on the form here. The one scale. This one, this one is to adjust our screen, the the zoom. You can say it's like a zoom like that, in or out, make it bigger or something like that. So it's a scale, it's a scale. So this scale, right, is to tell the system, the image, whether it needs to adjust the size or not. Okay. So to make it so how do I assign it now? This image, right, to this combo. So you see data combo one dot, I think image, is it? Set data image, set data file image, and then you need to assign one image. So if you want to use your own image, then you don't have to go through this part. You can put your own image. But if you want to use the same image as auto count, then you can use this object image dot, type in the image name. Where is the image? I think I look for data here. Then you see, get small image data search. Okay, so this is the image that you will return. Okay, so that's how you set the image. So there are two things to do. One is to initialize the data control. The second thing to do is to get the image for the search button, the search button. Okay, next thing we want to do is data binding. So how do we do the data binding for the data combo? Is data combo dot binding. I think they got data binding, set data binding. Use set data binding. Then property, put edit value. Data source is our myDT setting. And then the data member is data code. So, okay. Okay, now if I run, I try to run and see whether I can get the list of the data inside the UC data combo. Okay. But how come the icon not show? Icon not show, maybe it doesn't refresh. Or maybe I put it before initialize and see. Hold on. Okay. It must be before the initialize. So now if I click this button, right, you see you get to do the searching, and then here you get to select the customer and so on. So now I try to save again and see what happened this time. If by right, this something not right. This one it should refresh according to this. I think I change it back to edit value and see. This edit value, then I see what happened. Okay, look up, and then if I change the value here, okay. Oh, it doesn't update, no? I think this one is something to do with the component. I guess I got to check on this component. Okay, save. Now I see whether got update or not. Still now, don't know why. Okay, never mind. I will check this later, or if I can find out tomorrow and let you all know what's going on. But now let's us have a lunch break and come back at 2 p.m. Okay. Data combo is a custom user control. In Windows, right, there's no data combo, this type of component. But if you want to do is actually taking a few components to custom made, right? It's a custom made by AutoCount. So in Windows form, right, if you use the one that can look similar, I think is the one called what? Windows, I think only got combo, right? I think not combo box also. For Windows one, I think they don't have something like lookup or something similar. It doesn't have. If we look at the Windows form, right, either combo box or yeah, I think no, I think there's another one. There's another one. No, it doesn't have something like that. Yeah, it doesn't have. So that's why combo box, right? The thing is that oh no, context. Oh no. Combo box, right? I think you can only have one column. Can it have two columns? But the problem is when you want to add data to the list, right? I think you have to add the items manually. I mean using coding. There's no columns, right? Add the item. Yeah, there's no columns. So if no columns, right? It only shows one column only. So that's why it's not suitable also. But because of that, you can always change the design. Yeah, that's the thing. If your Windows one, there's somehow the components is limited. Okay, so maybe you have to change your design. If or you make a custom one, you can do your custom one with the combo box. But yeah, when you do a custom control, it's not easy. The thing is not easy. Okay, so I think we take a lunch break and then we come back at 2 p.m. Okay, all right, thank you. Hello, good afternoon. The new AutoCAD Plugin Builder 2.1.0.2 is the latest updated, and you may notice the AutoCAD Post Plugin Builder. It has also updated to the latest. So both are today uploaded. I removed the previous download because previous download definitely cannot use anymore. So this one is the latest download. I need to set up at my site also. I haven't set up the latest version. So after downloaded, just need to go to the folder here. Okay, so this is the builder. This one is a viewer. So usually I just install the builder. I mean, for me, the builder is enough. Okay, so now if I start the app builder, the plugin builder 2.1. I think the 2.1 should be able to use it for 2.0. So 1.9 is already released, but I haven't uploaded yet. I'll upload it after the training today. So you should be able to get it by around 6-7 o'clock. There's a question. If you after 30-day trials, can you still use the Developer Express components? I think you can use for the plugin, but you'll be having problem designing. At the design part, you'll be having the problem seeing some of the that means at here, right? After expired at the design here, some of the components you may not be able to see properly. Because of the design DLL or design DLL. So in order to do that, you have to use coding. You still can do, but then you have to use coding. Okay, regarding just now the save, right? I make some changes. Okay, I made some changes. I still haven't resolved the binding issues. So the binding is still not working. But I manually assign the value into the row. So basically, I added this to the save. It's addition work, which was supposed to be able to don't have to do this part if the data binding is working, right? Supposedly we don't have to do this part. But right now the data binding is not working. I'm still checking why, but for today, we'll just use the manual work by assigning the value into the data row. À,
那个 Zoom 的 link 可以讲吗
哪个 Zoom？
？Zoom meeting 的 link，
哦
因为我
哦
不知道内裤。
对，等一下啊，讲哪了？
在那个应该是在那个管理。
等一下。Yeah, you can try to use the NEdit for the data row. Yeah, you may be able to resolve it. Maybe you try and see can or not without this manual code. You try to, instead of typing here, you try to NEdit the data row and see. Actually, just now I tried already. Maybe I missed out something. So I don't know why still cannot. But anyway, you try and see can or not. Sure can one. It's just I don't know which part I missed out already. The Zoom 哦，哪里呢？
最上面那个管理。高1最下面。
哦，OK OK。
还有 copy
Copy。哦，这么长。丢。
按另外一个。
啊？
一块。那个。
这个啊？也是一样啊。对对，还是你的音乐有什么我send给你。啊。尝一下。哦，这里也可以 email 过去了。有。有。OK 好 ，OK。 Okay, so I use the manual way by assigning the value into the row. And then when I save, right, it does have the record. It does have, okay, let's say I delete again. And then now it's empty. Okay, now if I create a new record, I save, I run. So, okay, data lookup. So here, typing some value, typing anything. This one I use this, save. Okay, so now if I check the database, so you see it's assigned. But I still try to resolve later when I release the plugin for you to download, right? I will try to resolve the binding issue. If I can resolve, then I change it back to binding. Okay. So currently I use this first. In fact, most of our old code, right, are using this way. So if this one is, it keeps adding new row, but then if I want to like able to change the value, then I can actually do something like, if I detect there's a name, same name, then instead of creating a new row, then you're actually using back the same value. So what I can do is, at the save here, I will check whether the name is the same value as the editor. Name dot text. So if name, if n row name, not the n row, if my dt setting dot select, okay, and then my name, right, name equals to name greater than 0, dot count greater than 0. So means it found the same value. In that case, right, I don't want to create a new row. I want to like assign over the row. Oh, I think I don't use this. Sorry. Data rows equals to this. Okay. So if this rows dot count greater than 0, then rows should at least have one row now. We assume there's only one row. And then the value equals to text edit value dot text rows 0 description equals to text edit value dot text rows data code equals to text edit data code dot text. So this one is manual assign, but if detect nothing means the value is not inside, then I create a new row. So we try and see whether this work or not. I mean, the change value one. So now if I run, okay, maybe I let you take a look first. Okay, now I try to run and see. 你有哪里的 code 想要抄啊？在吗？哦 ，okay. Train sample. Okay, now if I type in something I 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's one thing I need to do. Sorry, I go back. I need to trim the result. Otherwise, later on, right, you will have all backspace behind. So I'll trim the result. Okay, now I try again. So here, you see, this one is previous one. Behind it adds all the empty space. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So I type something. That's something. Okay. How come we still have space? Huh? It fill up the space. Huh? Okay, no space already. Okay, now I save. Huh? Dun, dun, dun. Okay, we got a bug here again. I guess I think it's somewhere here, right? Oh, I forgot to put this. Okay. So I need the single quotes. If it's a text or string, right? You need a single quote. Okay, so 3. Okay. Okay, now I run again. Yeah. Okay, this one no save. Okay, now if let's say I test something 1, 2, 3, and the data save. Okay, then I save, right? See whether it goes to the new or the update. Because 1, 2, 3 is not in the database here, right? Or 1, 2, 3 not yet. Okay, so I'll go back to this code and then I save. Okay, now we want to trace with F10. So in new, because there's no 1, 2, 3, right? So in new, then it create the 1, 2, 3 record. So if I execute, so 1, 2, 3 is saved. Okay, now I want to change some value for 1, 2, 3. Maybe this one I change to ABC. Okay, now I save again. Okay, so now we trace again, see what happened. Should be inside here, right? It updates the value only. So update now. So you update. Okay, now next thing we want to find out whether it got update into the database. Oh, got exception. What is the exception? The update command affected 0 of the expected one record. Concurrency violation. Oh, okay. I know. I think this one is because it already loaded before. 1, 2, 3. This one you got to change the program to avoid that to happen. Okay. Okay, so now ABC and 1, 2, 3, C got changed to ABC or not? Now ABC, huh? It changed. So, how come description also changed one? I got typed the wrong code inside, maybe. Yeah, this one I typed the wrong code. So this one should be description, right? Text, edit, description. Okay. So that's the another way of doing the value update. So this is one way of doing. So that's the custom table. Any questions? Okay, so and also show the simple save. If without the simple save, right, you can do your own save function. But if you use your own save function, right, you have to check whether the data record is new or edited or something or changed. So usually you can use this function data row, right? When you come to data row, there's something called, for instance, let's say here, this is the data rows, right? You want to check whether this row got changes or not. There's a row state here. So row state, you will find out whether that row is deleted or insert on, new record or so on. So based on different state, then you have to do different action. For example, if it's a new record, then you do SQL action insert. If it's a change record, then you do update. So by using this, you can save some work for doing your own insert and update to the SQL. And also delete. You also need to delete the row if the state is delete. So this is one way of doing. The issue that I had earlier on is the data binding, which again, I will check later to confirm the correct writing sequence. Then I will update into the project later on. And now the next topic that I would like to share is the lookup, edit, and the search lookup. Just now we are seeing the lookup edit, right? I mean search lookup, search lookup, right? Search lookup. This search lookup, it will change according to the option one, for instance, let's say now I run. So if I run this search lookup, currently is this one is called search lookup, because search lookup you can do kind of like complicated search for your data to show. This is the search lookup. So if I change my option, go to tools option, and then I change my search lookup to lookup edit. Lookup edit means I uncheck this box, okay? Then I go back to the lookup. Now if I open, right, you see, there's no search lookup anymore. So it's not old, I mean the original original lookup. Because some people prefer this is I think easier to use or what, I'm not sure. So you can also do search here. Same thing, you can do the search here. Like you can type A, B, C, company name, or things like that. You also can do that. If your record is not a lot, I guess this is the better way. And also yesterday I did mention, if you are remoting from outside to connect to server, right, through internet, then I guess you will prefer this lookup edit, because if you use the search lookup, it's a dynamic way of update. But then, if it's dynamic, right, it have to go back to the server to check new record. So that's why it takes longer to load. Sometimes if your record is very big or your computer is very slow. But this one, it loads once, then it stays there. But the drawback is, if any new update, right, it won't immediately refresh. So this is the pro and con, I would say. But you can always use search. Even though you are using the lookup edit, you can always use search to find the latest record. You can do that. Okay, so this is the lookup edit. Search lookup and lookup edit. I was supposed to share later on, but just now I put together already. But how about the grid column? So we saw how we do this combo, right? We use this data combo UC. UC is a user control to do the search lookup. But then if you are doing the grid, right, it's different component. The one is called repository. We have to use the repository. But how do I do that? Okay, now I go back to form 1, right? Because form 1 I got the what I call the column here, right? No, I think I don't use this. I think I do everything inside the lookup, so easier. Okay, I'll just move this above. I'll put a grid view here using the grid view. So I mean grid control. Okay. So maybe this one I dock at the bottom. So this one I can pull a bit higher. Okay. So this one is the grid. When we want to do the repository, right? I mean, we want to do the item lookup or data lookup inside the grid view, right? We need to use the lookup as a repository item. So you can do it in coding as well. You can do it in this run designer as well. But if you use the run designer, right, it's easier. It's very much easier. I guess the designer, you can try to do it yourself. It's quite simple, but first you need to add the columns first. You add the columns, and then you see at the bottom here, there's a repository. Where's the repository item? Here. Okay. No, columns here. Oh no, you need to add the column first. How to add already? Let me see. Here. The button change. Okay, add the item. This is the column. And then you see under the column, right, there's one called column edit here. Column edit. Okay, this column edit, right, you click down, you can create the repository item from here. So you once you created already, then you need to build the repository item. Maybe I show you using the coding. Using the coding, this part I show you using the coding. Okay, so I remove the column. So now my grid, right? I always need to check what is the grid view name. So this one is called grid view 1. Okay, so I go to view code here. Go back to view code. And I need to create the column at the beginning of the here. I need to create a column at the beginning. So I do everything maybe inside here. Initiate grid column. Okay. So I'll do everything here. Then I'll just put this thing maybe here. Okay. Maybe sorry. I think for sequence, right? I think I put here. Okay. So I know the grid column name is the grid view is grid view 1. So how do I add columns is by typing columns dot add. Okay, then the column name, item code, followed by, oh no, sorry, I remember a table. I need to create a grid column first. So the grid column is called grid column. Okay, cannot find because of the namespace. Then I type first and see whether I can add using this or not. So the namespace is developer express extra grid columns. So I need to add the namespace, then I get the grid column. So this grid column, maybe I call it item code equals to new grid column. Okay. They don't have parameter to assign, so I have to assign from here. Column dot. So the first thing I need to remember is I need to provide a field name. So the field name is item code. Then I can set the caption. Caption is item code as well, but with a space. And then I need to set visible index. If I don't set visible index, I think it won't show. So maybe I put 0 item code. Then after I created the column, right, I just add this column to my grid. So I put in column. Okay, basically I already created a column, and then this column, it has a field name called item code. So later on in my data source, I need to have an item code column. Then only it can match the item code. But if I want to do the lookup, item lookup, right? That means I can pull down, because now it's just it's a box only, nothing. It's just a column with a box to display the data if there's any data. So if I want to have the pull down menu, right? Something like, maybe I show you easier to explain, to show, right? So currently what I just did, right, for that column is something like description like that, nothing. There's nothing, you just have a box there, that's all. But if I want to do something like this, I can pull down and select, right? Then I need to create a repository item. So now I'm going to create the repository item. Okay, I'll create at the top. So where do I find the repository item? It's inside, I think, extra editor. Repository, and then repository item, but it's not the item that I want, right? I want something that has the button, like do the lookup thing. So it's the item lookup. I need to look for item lookup. Is it grid item lookup edit? Where is it? Item lookup. Here. Repository item lookup edit. I'm going to create this item. Repos lookup. So I just create a new one. Okay, so this repository, right? How do I build it to have the selection of the item code? Then I can use the AutoCount library, the API, to help me to build this repository item lookup. So what I do is I use the tools inside something called extra utils. Okay, extra utils. And then here you can find lookup edit builder. A type builder. There are quite a lot of builder here. But don't use the old one, use the new one. So the new one you can see is a V2, right? Or V2. So you use the V2 and then dot item. You need to tell the which one to use. So I'm doing for the stock items. So it's called item lookup edit builder. So this I'm just creating the builder. Okay, the builder, it requires two parameters, right? One is the container, one is the user session. So the container means your repository item, or you need to give the repository item. Okay, this one if you got control by module or anything. So basically the two are the same. The first is the container and the user session. Second is the container and the user session. Plus, if you got stock module, I mean, you want to say it's rather a sales item, purchase item, assembly item, and so on, then you need to define the stock item module. Otherwise, everything will list up, or all items will come out. So I think I'll use the second one. Second one. Container is the repository. So I'll put the repos here, item lookup. Okay. And then second one is user session. And third one is a enum. So I select sales, I select sales item. So you will only load the sales item. Okay, this repository, even though I throw in already, but then the container is inside. How come cannot? This one how come cannot? Oh, okay. It's not the repository that I assign, it's the column that I need to assign. Let me, in that case, I need to put this later, not so soon. I want to put this later here. Then I assign the column item code.properties here. Correct? No, just column item code. No. Sometimes also for how come cannot? Windows form control is the properties. How come cannot already? Sorry, today. Where did I put the code? It should be the container is the one. Container control. Yeah, I need to check what is the object of the control. The control is the system Windows control. Okay, system Windows control, but all this should have, right? Let me check. Right? This is the lookup edit. This is the lookup edit, but it has to be a repository. This oh yeah. Sorry, I am too early. Yeah, you're right. The form. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. This one is the form. The build is later. This one is I did too fast already. Okay, I mean I overlooked. Item builder later only build the repository. Build lookup edit. So this is where you put in the repository item, repos item lookup. Okay. Okay, that's it works. Thanks. So once you build already, right? But of course you also need to. I moved this back to the top. I moved this back here. Actually, I think can be here. Cannot make up my mind now. Okay. I think I put it back here. Back here. Sometimes you're thinking, push where is better. But there's one more thing to do, right? There's one more thing is I need to assign the repository, this item into this column. So what I do is I put the column item code dot column edit equals to repos item lookup. Okay. So it means just now this column was like a box only, right? But I assign this lookup edit into this editor, right, of this column. Then you have the function to, the lookup items. So because this one is specifically for the items, so it means the data all loaded is inside the repository already. So I created this column, right? But I also need to set the data source. But now I don't have item code data source, right? Because this one doesn't have a item code. So what I do is I want to add one more column to this table called item code. And that's where I want to do. I'm going to change the code here. I want to add one more called item code. I'm not going to show you the how to modify the table, but it's the same thing that you will do is to do the alteration, alter the table. Okay. Here should be D underscore item code and allow now something like that. Okay, to confirm, right? But because I'm not going to delete the table and redo again, so what I do is in here, right? You see the tables here. Okay, where is it? Okay, what I do is I can write the author table. Which table? Oh, this table, right? This table. And then add, I can't remember correct now. Item code. I better check SQL. SQL. How do you find, right? You just type SQL author column. Okay. So from here you add the column name and data type. Okay. So add the column name and I missed one thing. Data type. Data type is the N. How come it's still Oh, no, D underscore item code. Don't know got this or not. Let me check. User type, right? Where is the user type? Where do they put the user type? I think yeah. Oh, types. So user they define data types. So the item code should be for item code. So the item code is here. This one. So the type is this. So I'm going to run this, execute, added. So actually, okay, I'll show you how you can update your database. So just now the command, right? You can actually create another SQL. Okay, I create another SQL new item. Here don't have extension for SQL. Then I create outside. I create an outside. I create or just open Notepad. Okay, and paste in this code. And then font, I make it bigger. Okay, so I put in this code. The purpose is to add this column. So I save it as SQL statement. So maybe this one I call it SQL update. No, table update. Table update. Maybe here you put your version 2.1.0. Right now, what version? Currently is 2.1. Okay, maybe I upgrade to 2. 2. Then .SQL. So I'm going to save inside the SQL folder. Earlier on, I created. Okay, so this is the update to the SQL table. So I go back to the database here. I do the same thing. I add in the SQL file, existing item. Okay, right click the project, add in the existing item. So this is the update table. Okay, then same thing, I need to change the build action to embedded resource. Okay, change to embedded resource. Now, how do I execute? It's the same way of execute actually. The only thing is the checking is different, right? The checking, I'll go back to the plugin initialize. Here, I put in the checking is if custom table dot column exit in the DB. So here I need to say what column and then which table. So the column is item code and the table is the same table as this, right? Same table as this. So if not, right? If not as it, then I'll just execute. This one is to create. It should be execute. Okay, execute. So execute which command? Execute this. Okay. Execute this. And namespace the same. This is the namespace. So we're going to try this, see whether it works. Okay, I'm going to highlight this part, set a breakpoint. And then I'm going to delete this column again. Delete. Delete or drop? Not delete, right? It's drop. Oh, yeah, I can't remember how to. Nowadays, you don't have to remember a lot of things, but it's slower. You got to go and look for it. Drop column, but which table, how to say? Same thing is author table lah. Author table, then drop column contact name. No? Okay, so here instead of drop column, so this one no need already. So I just execute this. Hey, how come? Huh? Oh, I forgot to type the column. I need to type the column. Okay, drop column item code. Okay, so okay, done now. Now I'm going to run this code and see whether it will create a column or not. I forgot to update my version later. Now test the code first. Okay, so I expect it to come into this line, right? So see whether it jumps into the line. Yeah, it comes in, right? Okay, see got any errors? No, okay, so it actually created the column already. So I check the table, I refresh the table, refresh tables, and then the ACSB, right? ACSB, then we see whether the no, you see, no. Oh, so it will, that's how we do the table update. Okay, so now we want to see the example of the grid here. I need some data, right? Because currently there's no data here. I forgot to assign the data source to there. So I'm going to change the data source of the, before that, let me update the data, the version, okay, to 2. Okay, so I go back to my data here. This one can type one or not? Because if I accidentally click stop share, all gone. Okay, never. Don't know how to hide. Okay, here, this grid, right? You have a grid control, then you got grid view. Just now we created the item code for the grid view. So now I want to save the data. And not save the data. I want to load, assign the grid control data source. So after I loaded the table, right? Here is where I loaded the table. Then I assign the grid control data source with the DT setting. Okay. So here the data will fit to this control. Then in my grid view, I can see the data. So now if I execute, so when you put the code, things is we need to know where is the correct place to position the code and then how we should position our code. So now you see there are 2 rows here. We don't have to always come here to look at the record already. So from now got 2 records. Here also we have 2 records. Now we look at the item code. Wait. How come how come it doesn't have the, oh, okay. This item code, right, is the system, right? This grid control will auto assign the column here, but then it doesn't actually merge. The one that manual added should be this. So you see this one has it, no? Or this one has it. No, but if you change this, right, this will also change, you see? Oh. So this one is the lookup edit. how about can this change to search lookup? Okay, let's try to change the mode to option, tools option. So we use search lookup edit. Now we go back to the lookup here. Okay, so if I move here, it doesn't know. So it's fixed to lookup edit on this one. How the if I want to use search lookup, actually just now I saw you got the search lookup there also. Okay, but that's how you build the repository. Okay. Any questions? Okay, so next one we want to look at is the report. How do we load the user report? Oh, sorry, there's how about search lookup? This one, okay. You want to use the search lookup, right? This one I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. I haven't tested this, so I won't show. Oh, I need to test it first. Okay, so but it should be the same, right? If not mistaken, right? It should be the same way of writing, because no matter what, you still need the item, the repository item. It's just that I think you have the repository item here or not. Let me see. Search lookup. You have the here. Search lookup here. So you instead of using that, we use this. But the question is, I need to find that one that when auto count change to search or item lookup, it will also switch. But because if we use this, right, it won't switch itself. Or we can use this to write, but then it won't switch. It will, if I use item search lookup, you always use item search lookup. I can actually do one more to show search item, item search lookup. The creation, I think, is the same. Developer express. Okay. Then instead of using the item lookup builder, right? I think there's a search lookup builder also. Let me look for it. Okay. Item. See, this one is the lookup. I think there's a go or not. I think I do item search. No. Fine. Search. Oh no, don't have. Oh no, I think it's same as item builder. Let me try to use back the same one. See can item builder. No, this one is build lookup builder. I thought this one I saw got one search lookup. Anyway, oh, maybe it's from here. Just now I thought I saw it. Search. This one. Okay, this one. This is the one. Search lookup got builder 2 or no? I think don't have, right? Only one now. So this one is item search lookup builder equals to new. Okay. Then it requires something, is it? how comes it got error? Oh, I need item, right? Item code. Item code, is it? No, item. You got item batch, item class, item description. Selected item search lookup edit builder. This one should be this one, sorry. Okay. Okay. So you see the step is the same. It's just that sometimes you need to show where to look for it. Okay, but then I think this one it needs some parameter. Yeah, it needs same like it needs the parameter. It needs the user session and the item module. Also, I put in the user session, and then item module is the same. Sales item, okay, oh, it's the same. And then this one, I want to build this, right? Okay, I want to build this search lookup. So I'll use this object item search builder dot build lookup edit. The name is still put the build lookup edit. And then inside here, I put the repose item search lookup. Oh. So maybe I add another column. This one specially for search. Or maybe this one is I put S here. And then this one I put L here. So we know which is which. So this one is 2. And then index I put 1. And this repository is the search lookup. So if you want to specify a specific column, right, types of column, you can build it without using the tools option. Sometimes you also don't want the tools option to control. Maybe your customer prefers search lookup or lookup edit in certain right? Then you use different one. So now I'm showing you the two. So hopefully it works. Okay, I also need to add this column, right? Column number 2. Okay, so now we take a look and see. So the steps is the same, except the builder is different and the component is different. Now it shouldn't go in run more. Okay, so it skipped already because the item code is already created. Okay. So here you got the item code X. Oh, this one is a search lookup. Where is the other one? Why all becomes I think it's a small issue, this one. Anyway, it's like that. How you create? I need to. Goshang, I asked you something. Forgot I'm online. Okay. Okay, this one, right? When you build, okay, never mind. The caption here, I think, is the column item code, and then this one column item code 2, right? The field name is the same. The column edit is different. So I don't know why this one went missing, this one. But never mind. You can maybe you just try it out to find out why one is missing, because here I already added 2. Okay. So column name is wrong. Column name is wrong. No. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, you're right. So sometimes, right, careless is is very costly, right? You forgot something, then you also don't know what's going on. Okay, so now you got this is the lookup edit, the original one, and then this one is a search lookup edit. Huh? So, but if you ask me how do I create like using the option that one I need to check. But for now, if you want to create both, also can. Huh? So this is the lookup lah. Now I want to cover, what I want to cover now is the report, user report. Select a what? Select a VALE. What is VALE? Okay, maybe we take a rest for 5 minutes. 3:10 we will continue. While I discuss with Brian, see if we have an issue on the search item lookup. Oh, really? Okay, let me try. Okay, if you all want to take a rest, we can take a rest. We'll continue at 10 minutes, 3:10. While I see, select the value. Search lookup, is it? So this one is the lookup, okay. For the search lookup, mine is okay. No, this one, right? Is it this one? I just selected. It seems okay. Oh, you are saying this one? A value on the just now created column item code 2. This one, right? This one is the second one. After select, press another column. Oh, okay. I choose, let's say G, and then go to another column. Okay, what? What error anyway? What error did you get? You missed something, is it here? Maybe you check to see the sequence okay or not. Sometimes maybe the sequence, but depends on what error lah. You see what is your error? Is it object reference error or something else? Oh, newly created row. Newly created row. Oh, means your table is empty. So I think you hit the object reference error, right? Okay, so all these are the debug we have to do now. I just show you how to create it, and of course, like I always say, the code that will show you, right, is how to create it. But for more like object reference error and all this, right, it can caused by other places. That's why I always say the code that I send out, right, is not fully tested. It's not. I only show the part that I want you to see. Okay, but at least unless you can tell me what error, otherwise I guess it's due to object error or object reference error. Okay, anyway, I think we not yet 3:10, so we take a rest our mind for another 2 minutes. Okay, while we are waiting for the time, right? Maybe if you haven't downloaded this, right, you may download this AutoCount Accounting Report Editor or Builder. I see whether the download is still there or not. Okay, the download is still there. Oh no, it's related. Your question is valid. Whether it's whether I haven't tried yet lah. But last time usually I used 2.01 to build 2.0 plugin and 2.11 to build 2.1. But of course now all the plugin previously built, right? You cannot use because the server changed. So right now I know we already have 1.9 for the new one and 2.1. 1.9 I haven't uploaded yet, but I've uploaded the 2.1. So I'll upload the 1.1 later. And later I will check whether the 2.1 can build the 2.0 plugin or not. By right, it should be able, by right, it should be able, unless you got, the only reason, maybe the only reason that it cannot, right, is because of the sales, right? The sales, because the sales, the file name is changed from AutoCount invoicing dot sales to AutoCount sales. So if you hit the error that you say cannot find the AutoCount sales, right, you just copy the file AutoCount invoicing dot sales into the 2.1 builder. That means you copy the file inside to this folder. It's 3. It's x86, right? Then AutoCount development 2.1, or here, maybe you just copy here lah. You try and see first how to build 2.0. Concept by right should be able, because first is the developer express component is the same, and then the main one I think should be quite similar also, so it should be able to build. Unless you're saying very old 2.0, earlier one, the one maybe cannot. But later one should be able 2.0. Okay. Okay. It's 3:12. So the next one is a report builder, and we need these tools. Okay, so you download this tool. It's called AutoCount Accounting Report Editor or Builder. So where do I get to come to this page, right? You need to go to AutoCount Wiki, Wiki AutoCount Soft, right? So if you go to AutoCount Wiki soft, okay, you landed in this page, then scroll down, and then go to the resources for AutoCount software developers. Then click the download. Click the download. Then scroll further down. Scroll further down, or if you see the left bar menu, right? Click the tools, programmer tools. Then scroll slightly down, then you can find the builder here. So the purpose is to build the report template, the report template, and compile them together to make into a DAT. Okay, in this next example, right, what we're going to do is we're going to create a handler of the report. That means we are creating our own report type. What is report type? Okay, if we go into AutoCount accounting, and then we go to the report designer center. Okay, here we see that these are the report types. So that means every documents, right? You have if there's a printing, there's a printing or report, there's a printing, then you need to create a report type. And this report type, right? You have many report template, you see? Like this one, bank recon, you have 2 reports. And then if you look at sales invoice, okay, sales invoice will be a lot, man. I think the more than 10. Let me see. I mean, just the document. Let's say just the document now, more than 10, right? So you have a lot of reports here. So these are the report type. These are the report type. So how am I going to create a new one? Today, if I have my own, like today, you see, we've been doing a project that has our own data table and so on. So today, if I want to print out a list, okay, a list of these records, how am I going to do the report? Okay, so we're going to need a class. I think I can copy that. Okay, it's very short only. Okay, mainly because we need to inherit the report type handler. Okay, we need to inherit this. And so I think I just copy this over first, then we change the code, okay? So I just copy this. I don't, is it too long or not? I think it should be okay. So I'm going to put inside the chat. Okay, here. Okay, with this code, right, we're going to create a new class. Okay, we create a new class. So this class I'm going to call report handler. Okay, report handler. Maybe you give a simple name for it. For lookup data, so we know it's for which one. Okay, so the behind we just put CS. .cs means the extension. That's the extension. Okay, so once you're done, you click add. After added, right, we're going to copy the code over. Let's see, it's a class that we copy, right? So we're going to, don't override this class, sorry. Maybe you put it at the bottom first. Okay, put it at the bottom first. And then we rename the class name. Okay, we rename this class name. I mean, just override it like that, something like that. So this one, you just remove it. Okay, so it becomes like that. So you just rename the class to report handler lookup data. Okay, so we see a lot of underlines here, right? So the first one is the I report handler. Same thing, whenever I see underline, I check first, I check whether they got using or not. That means if there's a namespace, right? We use the namespace, then the problem will be solved. But then after I added the namespace, right? The wordings, the color has changed. Means it already found this this one is the interface. He already found it, but how come it's still underlined? Okay, this is because interface is a guide. It's like a directive, something like it tells you that this class, right? If I implement the interface, I need to do according to what this interface required. So if you look at this interface, right, press Fn function F12. These are the things that this interface required. Okay, so what are the things they require? They require us to implement the before print. We need to implement the get design data resource. We need to implement the get report class and so on. So this is the interface. So then you're thinking, hey, then how, what do I mean by implement? Isn't it that just now what we saw before print we already have, get design resource we already have. Also, what's going on? Because the signature is different. The before print, right, you expect the extra report, but the system still don't know what is extra report here. So again, we got to solve all the red line first, then only check whether this red line problem can resolve or not. So the next thing I'm going to go is extra report. Okay, I move my mouse over also, then click. Now you cannot see using, right? Now you cannot see using. What happened? So we cannot find the namespace for extra report. So extra report is the class, yes, but then what is the namespace or the reference? What is the reference? It's called extra report. Oh, it's called extra report. It belongs to Developer Express as well. So if we look at the Developer Express, right, here we already have the data printing and utils and so on, right? But there's no extra report. So we're going to look for that extra report. Again, we right click on the reference and then add reference. And then here we browse. Okay, now we scroll down and then look for Developer Express extra report. Here. We might as well add in the extension as well. There are two of them. I think we need to add this also. So we add the two. If you haven't added the extra printing, you can add now also because very soon you need it. Oh, like mine I already have, so I don't have to add. So if you already have the extra printing, just add the extra report. So I add these two into my reference. Okay, but then you see it's still highlighted as red because I haven't add the I not yet add the namespace, right? Even though now I have the reference. So now I move my mouse over to the extra report and then I click the arrow. Now you see you have the using Developer Express. So now you get to add this. Okay, next one is the print event arguments. Okay, again, we move our mouse over. This one should be the extra printing. No. Oh, you see, you got so many using. So which one you should we use? You got system drawing printing. You got auto count controls. So many people has the printing event. But then we know either we look for Developer Express or otherwise system. It cannot be auto count. Why? Because it can or not. Let me think. Can it be auto count? Because this one is created by auto count, right? So it could be auto count also. But I will try to use this first, system drawing printing. Okay, I'll try to use this one. They miss .NET Framework one. Let me see where, okay, no. Okay, never mind, we go on. We solve all the others first. Now user session. Okay, this one easy, right? This one definitely is auto count. Okay, then at the bottom here, you got further like DB setting and so on. So DB setting is also auto count data. And then this one is the design bar is the Developer Express also the user design here. Okay, so this one we also have already. And then bar sub item. Okay, extra bars we also have. Okay, so we add this. So basically everything remove already, right? You see, programmer is very easy, right? All we need is move our mouse over and then select, and then select. It's very boring, right? Oh, now you see, it's resolved already. So that's how we resolve an issue. Okay. So this report handler is ready for us to use now. The first thing I want to do, I want to change this name. So the name I'm going to change to something related to this report, which is called lookup data report listing. Lookup data setting report listing. Okay, why sometimes I like to put clearer is because if we again something that if we put something that is very simple, say setting or data listing, there are a lot of names like that already in AutoCount, right? So make sure we don't use back the same name inside AutoCount. So before we decide a name, right, we may need to check whether this name already existed inside AutoCount. That's one thing. But how am I going to check all the other programmers whether they're going to use the same name or not? So that's the tricky one. If you want to keep it something that more unique or less chance of getting people using the same report type name, right? Probably you can put something like ACSB in front, then something like that. So it lowered the chance of hitting the same name. That's the purpose. Okay. Also easier to identify, because by looking here, I know, okay, this belongs to me. Okay. Then other than that, right, you can just leave it first. So the main thing is a type name I want to set. Now I want to register this class into AutoCount. That means this type name, I want it to appear inside AutoCount report designer. Okay, so how am I going to do that? Is go back to plugin initiate. So here I already reserve a comment here, means I'm going to put inside here, register custom reporting. So how do I register? AutoCount dot report dot AutoCount report register report type. So register report type requires the 2 parameters only. So the first one is the type. Type is the class. So the class is, just now the name, we name it something like report handler lookup data, right? So this is the class. So I just copy this class, or actually you can type there. You just type report handler, then you can find already. But before that, you need to put type of. Okay, type of, because it needs the type. So type of what? Type of that class. So that class is called report handler lookup data. Okay. Because if you look at the register type, right, you see, sorry, this is the second parameter, sorry. The first parameter is the name of the report type. So this one is the second one. The first one is the name, is a string. Okay. So I mean, why do I need to put a type of? Because this is the class, and then what type of this class is, then we need to put type of. Okay, the name, right? How do I get the name? we know the name is a constant inside the report handle where we declare, right? The name. So we just type in the class. Then straight away I can find the type name here. Oh, here. So type name I just put here. Okay. That's all I need to do. Oh. So the type name and what will appear inside my report designer will be this one. Okay. So basically, it's done. Oh, it's done. If you are saying to register a report type, that's all I need to do. So if I log into AutoCount, Tools, Report Design Center, see whether I can find the report. Or I guess now no yet, right? Because I haven't, can I see or not? No yet, right? Because I haven't added my report yet. Okay, I think I haven't added my report yet. Okay, never mind. I haven't entered my report. So next thing I want to do is I want to add my report. That means I want to design my report, I want to add my report, and then I want to print my report or preview my report. So I'll go back to the main page here. I think no, not here. Maybe we go back to somewhere with the menu one, form one. Okay, form one here, we got a menu here, right? Okay. Then we add something called what you call already? I can't remember. Menu. Menu strip. Is it menu strip? Never mind. I think I add a button. So here already, because I cannot mean manager. Oh, bar manager. I think it's bar manager. Okay, I try to add this. See whether it is. Yeah, here, correct. Okay, so bar manager. If you can find the bar manager, right? It's also the extra developer express component. But if you don't have that, but it's okay. You can just add the button or something like that. No? The purpose is just for the UI have something to click. Okay. So now here I'm going to put in the menu, right? Let's see. Menu bar sub item. Oh, very long I didn't use already. So I think so I also can't really remember. Wait, menu. Oh, this one is called report. Okay. Yeah, correct. So this one is the report. And then here you add the bar button item. So this one I want to say is to design report. Okay. Okay, the thing is when I click this, right, I want to open up a designer. Okay, so I highlight the design report. Don't double click first. You highlight it. It's better that you change the name. Change the name to design report. Okay. And then if you double click it now, okay, it comes to here. So I'm going to open up a designer to let me design the layout of the report. Okay, I call the method design report. So it's inside the namespace of AutoCount.report. Everything that's relate to report, right, is inside the report namespace. So you AutoCount.report.report to, and then you should be able to find design report here. Okay. So design report requires quite a few parameters. 3. Oh, now it's only 3. So the first one is a report type. This one is easier. We know what the report type is. And then the data source. We know the data source or not. We know, right? Okay, never mind. And then user session. Easy, right? So we only need one parameter that we need to prepare. The other 2 is already there already, right? So the first one is the report type. So report type is inside the report handler, report type name. Okay. So the data source, we don't know the data source yet, right? So I'll leave it now first. I'll fill in later. And then user session. Okay. Okay, data source, if I leave in now, that's okay. Just that I cannot preview. You know, inside the report designer, we have a preview, right? So if you provide no data, then there's no preview. But anyway, later on, when we should surely need the preview, right? So what I do is I'll create the data source. The data source have to return something called data set. Have to return something called document report data set. Okay. So this one is get report data set. Okay. So I'm going to create this object. And then the object, it requires a user session again, display name, and then master display name. So this one, the display name is the table's name that I want to display. So you got a few of the setting here, but I see which one we can just use. Some is because they got the detail. Everything is about the display name. Display name means if we look at the report designer, okay, so this is the design, the report. So the display name of the table, right, is what we want to show as the here. Oh, like here is quotation master. This one is quotation detail if you got detail. So if you got a master detail table, then the master table we want to put one name so that it will show it on here. So that's up to us. It's not something that we have to no. Okay, so never mind, we put the user session first. And second, the display name and the master display name. So the display name, right? I think I'll put, I think display name is somewhere higher. I think here, this one, display name is that one. So I think I'll call what? Lookup list lah. Okay. Then master display name, just call master. Okay. So that means there's only one table here. So at the end, my final result, I want to return this DS. Okay. So DS, of course, now if I return, right, is empty. So if I want to add some tables in, the first thing I want to do is maybe I want to add some tables like the default tables. Default tables like user, you got tables like user, company profile, these two. So if we click, I mean, if we put this add default tables, it will automatically add the two tables in. Then the actual data that we are printing for this lookup data list, we need to add the table ourselves. So for instance, I'm going to print this table. No need the auto key. I'm going to print this table. What else do I need? I think I need item code also. I just added item code. So if select this command should be Oh, I think the IntelliSense not updated. So I thought the item code is wrong, but actually it's there. So I'm going to put the item code here, the SQL here. So DS tables dot add. So the first table that I'm going to add is the master table. Actually, only one table, so just the master table. So how do I get this table is to get the DB setting, all right? Okay, you can write inside here or you can write outside. It's up to you. But for my preference is I like to write here. Get master table. Okay. So the SQL is okay. This one, and then my DB set, my user session, DB setting, get data table, SQL select, without schema, and then this one I just return it. So this will return here, so I can straight away add the table in. So I just get report master table. Okay. But of course, you must check whether it's now or not, or maybe you put a try here or something like that to prevent crash or something. The crash can be from here also, or this DB setting connection, if broken or what, right? Then here you will crash. So to make sure you handle the crash is to capture the exception here. So here maybe I want to throw back to the UI part. I don't want to handle from here. I handle from here is better because this one is the UI part. Or actually, no, sorry, I don't want to capture here. Sorry about that. Just now I forgot about the UI part. Okay. I think I'll handle it over here. Put the try here. So, okay. Then here I just throw the message. Add message. Okay. So there's only one table here, and then add the default table. So basically it's done. Oh, done the code to write the design report. Now if I run execute, okay, so I go to the form 1. I forgot something, I think. The menu is not there, right? Okay, I think I need to do something here. I think, let me think a while. I need to merge the menu back to the main because there's already main menu there. Visible through text. Or maybe this is not the one. I think I added the wrong one. I think it should be this, right? Doc star. Where's the merging? Sorry, I think I used the wrong one. Also, I a little bit forgotten the merge order. Oh, I think this is the one. Merge order. I think I put 99, something like that. And then there's one more that I need to do is something to do with the merge one. Add. Yeah, I think should be okay. Wait, let me try again. Because this one is supposed to merge to the main menu. It should be able to appear inside here. No, but it doesn't. No. Let me try another one. Maybe it's not that one. I think it's probably is this one. Okay, I try to add this one. Menu. So this one is a report. And then, okay, then this one, right? Let me try this first. Sorry about that. This one is the item click, right? I point to the same one. The one is called design report. So I'm going to select this option. So it should be the same, except that this one, right? The property, how do I merge to the main one? Okay, and then I think there's something called new group. New group, begin group, yes. Yeah, I think that's the one. Okay, now I try to run. So I will come back to explain again because I need to go click to make sure it works. Oi? I guess the old method doesn't work already. In that case, right, I don't want to waste time here because quite long I never do this part already. So I think I'll just remove this part and then I'll just use the button. Use the button. And this button, I'm going to call it the design report. Okay, I'm going to call it design report. Button design report. Okay, so the caption of this is where is the text design report? Okay, so the action I think I still can point to the same one, the button design item. Oh, so I still can point to the same one. So here, okay, now I try to start again. Showing sample. Wait, is it because, wait, hold on, something not updating? Oh, yeah, no wonder. Okay, this is something that we have to watch out and careful. When we compile, when we build, right, we have to make sure the auto count don't run loading that plugin. Okay, because if auto count run and loading the plugin, right, whatever you do, you run again, right, it will not be updated. Oh, that's why the thing cannot not updated because the plugin cannot copy override. So I'm going to run now again. Okay. That's just now I shouldn't delete the menu. Yeah, you see. Okay, so you click the design report. Now it's empty, right? So I'm going to create a new one. How come nothing is added? You mean that one? Why? Oh, still set now. You mean that the report is now, is it? I think I closed it. Too many open already. Okay. I need to debug this part already. Sorry. Oh, I don't know what happened nowadays. Forgetful, sorry. After COVID, maybe. Very forgetful. Okay, now I run again. Okay, open form CS, report, design report. So I new again. Now, how come the table name not updated? Never mind, this small matter I know how to solve. Okay, so now you see the column is inside here. If I want to design report, I do a quick one. Report header, and then I add in the detail band, and then I add in the footer, report footer. Okay, so the detail band, I just drag out the column. Okay, just drag out. Okay, no need nice, no need. Just something to show, that's all. And then here, right, I want to put in a label. Okay, a label listing data lookup listing. Okay, then What else can I need to do? I think that's all for this report. So I just save as a user report first. Save as something like ACSB data lookup listing version 1, something like that. Okay, save. And then I also want to save it to file. I need to save it to file. So I copy this name and then save to file. So this is to save one template. So if I got two templates, maybe this one I want to change to version 2. V2. And then maybe I want to add something like show the date. Okay, show the date. How to show the date already? Oh no, not this one. No. I think it should be current user. Oh, is it? I can't even remember how to show date. Is it label already? Never mind. Anyway, I think you all know how to show date now. Okay, so this one I will save as version 2. Just now the first one wasn't saved. Oh, save to file. Just now the one wasn't saved. This one version 2. Okay. Save. And then I'm going to do back the version 1 just to identify. Okay. So this one is version 1. Okay, now I got 2 reports. How do I add to the okay. I got 2 reports. How do I add to the system report? That means user won't be able to change the system report. User cannot delete it. User cannot change it. If user want to change, right, then user has to save as a user report. No, for example, now this version 1 is a user report. Okay, now you can see here. So if I want to build my report into system report, what I need to do is I need the tools just now I downloaded. Okay, somewhere here. Okay, the AutoCount system report editor. So I remove it. I mean, not remove, extract it. Extract to any folder. Usually I like to put it here. Okay, so this is the one. Okay, we try to run first. Sometimes because it's too long already, you may get some error, but then the error I think can be fixed. But I try to run again and see. Oh no, totally cannot start. Without this tool, then we won't be able to build the system report. We need the tools to build a system report. How would I solve already? Let me see. 4.0 should be okay. Unless I change the... Okay, I remember I did something that it allows me to do it. But I think because now 2.1 even harder to do. 4.8, no? Let me try it from here. Oh, cannot also. Okay, never mind. This one I'll inform the developer there. I think you need I think just the plug in everything. I think we need a new tools already. Okay, I'm not able to show, but then what we need to do is we need to build it inside use that tool. If you later on any update, right, you just need that tool to add the report into your report type inside. You need to put the correct report type. After you added, then you build as a DAT file. So let's say I build as a DAT report file. I see previously I got another. I got O1. I should have a O1. Let me see. Never mind, I use system one. Okay, assume system report is here. So better don't replace or delete it. If you replace or delete it, right, then your report is gone. Or system report is gone. So this one is the system report actually. It's here. It's using the same tool to build it. So we should have a latest update later on. Okay, so this I'm going to copy to my plugin folder, assuming that is a report. My plugin folder is here. Okay. Backing here. Okay. Then we don't put something like report again. Same thing, like in my here, right? I wrote something like we put a meaningful name or not say too general . Like for instance, here I will probably call it ACSB and underscore, and then I'll put something like what is this called? Data lookup or data lookup. Okay, so this name, right? How do I register inside my plugin? I also need to let the plugin to load this report. Okay, so in my plugin here, I go back to the plugin initialize. Under the before load, right? Before load, you will also find E dot. Then E dot report, system report file name. Then this one you just put the name. So the name of the file is something, this one. Okay, so I put the name here. So of course you don't use system the report to put in here but as an example, later on if you have the builder, you use the builder to build the report and then save as a DAT file, and then you put the DAT file name here. That should be it now. That should be it. Then the next step is we need to go back to our builder already. So we open up the builder, plugin builder. Okay, same thing. We open the project, and then we open the plugin. Okay, everything looks fine, right? Oh no, I haven't built yet. I need to build first. Sorry. So I think I need to close. Okay, build first. Okay, so you're done building, right? Then I go back to the 2.1, open project, and then open the plugin again. And then now I'll build the package. Oh, before I build the package, I need to include the DAT file into my plugin. So that's when we need the files here. Okay, we come to the files here. It already has the DLL here. Then I need to add the DAT file into it. So the DAT is here. Okay, so I open. So it added here. So when we install the plugin, right, these two files will appear inside our plugin cache folder. Okay, so now I build the plugin. Okay. Okay, now I install the plugin. Okay, we go back to the folder and see that the folder inside here. Where is it already? Oh, the app data. And then auto count, accounting, the account book's name, plugin cache, the GUID. Here, now we only have one file. I mean, the checksum is another thing. Just ignore it. Okay, plugin manager. Then we install it. Okay, so now we see the file not loaded because this one is now running on still the old version. So I relog in, then it will generate the file. So you go back to this folder, no, you will create here. So the whole purpose is to distribute the report, the system report file together with your plugin, and so that you can see the your report as a system report instead of user report. But now I cannot show you because I couldn't build the user report into system report now, because of the tools. But don't worry, I'll try to inform the developer there to rebuild this tool for 2.1. Okay. So any question so far? Because we're going to end the plugin class. How to capture report parameter selected by user and display in report. This one you can because the one, right, there's a code that actually already loaded the user parameter. Where is it? You're saying the username and also like where is it? Oh, here. Okay, you're saying like the username and so on, right? Like this one? No, the username, and then you got email address of the user, and also the company name. Oh, this one, the data is already there. Now, if I preview, right, you can see the company name here. This one is my account book, and then my user is admin, and so on. So where do I capture this? Is actually no username, date range, data selected for report. This one, just not because of the data binding, right? You are saying that why the data of the data not showing, right? This one something to do with the data binding. When we go back here, because the one that we select, right? Where is it already? Okay, this one, right? When we select, right, somehow it's not linked to the table, you see. All the data binding somehow is not linked to the table. So whatever we selected here, right, here doesn't refresh. That's why it becomes a bit strange here. I need to check what's going on. I don't know where I messed up already. So anyway, I'll try to fix it and then send you. So because of that, just now you select the data here, it doesn't actually refresh inside the database. But you have to key in here because the manual entry, right, is using the text edit data code, not the combo, not the data combo. Oh. Okay, if you say criteria, okay, yeah, I will show you the criteria. The criteria, I understand that you want to like filter out different user, right? So I need to add something, a panel. Where's the okay, I remove the doc first because I need to add the panel. Oh, okay. At the bottom here, maybe I add a panel. Okay, then I set the dock to top. Then this one I set the field again. Bring to front. Okay. So this part, right? So for the filter, right? Let's say I want to filter. Here is the item. Okay, maybe I filter item group. Oh, sorry, not this one. Should be this selector, the one that with the selector. So you drag out, you see it's longer one, but don't adjust because you adjust, then you cannot see. So leave it, or maybe you may need to more space also. Okay, so then I look for label. Okay, this one is the item group. Okay, so this is called item group selector. So same thing, any component that you use, right? We do the first thing, type init, see got initialized or not. If you see init, then you check what is the parameter to confirm that we need to initialize that component. So same, we're going to do this for this UZ item group selector. When we come to think of initialize, most of the time or usually what we need to do is we have to put inside the constructor. Very, very rare case that we put later or somewhere, very rare. So straight away, before I even need to decide where to put, I just put inside the constructor first. Initiate filter initiate filter. Okay, so same thing here I put initiate filter. Then here you see selector, you see I tap init first, see got initiate or not. Definitely not this one, lifetime service. You see nothing to do with auto count on this one. Okay, initiate this one. You look at it, you notice that it's something to do with auto count. Then definitely we need to initialize. So to initialize this control, right, we need two parameter. Let's see the other one. This one something to do with the post, but I guess the first one should be enough. So the user session is my user session. The filter, we need to create the filter. Okay, usually we create a filter. We want to create outside, not outside. I mean in the class, the local in the class, right? So because why? Because later on when we inquiry the data, right? When we load the data, we want to get the filter. So that's why we put it outside here. So the filter is called AutoCount.filter, search filter.filter. So this filter is to filter item group. And then you can then put the here my filter item group. We need to create this item, this filter also. So that's how we create. Okay, there are two parameters also. One is the prefix, one is the field name. If we cannot decide a prefix yet, we put blank first. Or doesn't matter, we put blank. Field name, field name, then we have to put. Like this one, the field name is item group. How do I know it's item group? That depends on my inquiry. So my inquiry here is to get it from the item table, and then the group is item group. So that's why this one should be item group. And then, okay, the prefix, how do I decide the prefix is by looking at the table name. Because this item group is from which table? This item group is from table item, right? So then I have to decide whether this item group requires prefix or not. This one is the SQL alias, right? The alias to like represent that A is equal to item like that. So if no need, we actually can leave it blank. As long as later on we put where, right? Do I need to put where A item group equals to something? If I need, then the prefix I need to define the A. If I don't need, means if I can just put item group equals to something, then I no need to put what is the prefix. Okay, so that's up to the SQL query inside there. So now I want to put, I don't want to put also can. You know what I mean? Because when I put where item group equals to something that time, right? I can put A, or without A, that's fine also because I only got one table. Because this one is another, how to say, another table lah. The main table is only one here. So I hope I explained the filter part, because quite a lot of people ask me what to put inside here. I cannot tell also because I need to know your SQL before to decide what is the prefix. Okay, so now what is the filter item group? So after you initialize, right? I think that's all basically done already. But problem is, how do I filter it inside my query? So here is very straightforward. There's no filter or anything. You just get the SQL, everything comes out. But today, if I want to filter out different item group, I need to tell the system the what I call the which item group, which item group. That means I need to add something like where, something like that. So what I do is I'm going to use something like just now we got the filter, right? Item group. I'm going to use something like build SQL. So this build SQL, right? From this filter, it will based on the user selection to create the parameter, SQL parameter for me. It will create for me. So what I need is, it also support two parameters. The first one and the second one, but second one is obsolete. The second one is using the SQL, using the list to have a list of SQL parameter. But this one I think is obsolete. That means we only left one choice. The choice is to use command means SQL command. So for me, I will just create a SQL command here. How come don't have? Oh, namespace. Okay. SQL command. Okay, basically, I think I just create a blank SQL command. I don't need the connection or anything, or just a blank one. Then I just pass the SQL command here. I think that's the way. Okay, and then this build SQL, right? It return me a something like a string. You know, when we write range, right, or something, we'll put something where item group greater equal to A and item group smaller equal to B, something like that. So without the where, it will return me something like that. But this one is not the direct value, it's a parameter. So it will return me something like from item group. And then this one is to item group, or you return me something like that. So if this is a string that is going to return me, so how am I going to attach to my this SQL statement? So I know my SQL statement is to add the where, then this one, right? So I'll decide by okay, I'll decide whether this build SQL return me anything, because it can be none also. If it's none, right, means user select no item group, then it will be empty. So okay, what I need to do is, sorry, I'm going to move this below. Okay, I'm going to move this below here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, this one, I think I put a comment now, so you get the idea why it returns. This one return a string, right? So string SQL where. Okay. Then I'll check whether it's empty or not. So if string dot is null or empty, SQL where. So if not, so here I say if it's not empty, right, then I will attach this where into this command, SQL select. So I know up to this point, my SQL select is without where, right? If you have a where inside, then you usually add and or, right? But now without where, so it's easier. So I SQL select, I add in, I think I use the string format. Add in so the first one is the SQL select, this one, then add in the where, this statement, right? Where this statement. So this statement will be item SQL where here. So after that, I just execute. That's all. I just execute because inside this statement I already got where. Okay, but then remember, because it returned this, right? It returned this. I put inside here is the okay. It returned this. So I need to know what is the parameter from item group and the to item group, right? I need to know. So this parameter actually, I believe, is inside the SQL command this here. That's why it built SQL here for us, right? So how do I put the parameter inside here? Okay, I'm going to make a breakpoint to confirm that I'm not wrong. Again, I better close this first. else after that is you cannot debug. Okay, then now how do I take out the parameters of this SQL command? Okay, because this one is parameters of the params. Wait, I also need to think a little. Parameters cannot. I think cannot. This one is a collection to array. To cannot. Wait, cannot. Oh, cannot. Okay. The collection you can accept. Hey, I don't think so actually. But let's run and see. See whether got error or not. Because I don't think so, because this one is the collection. Okay, never mind, we try and see. We run. Okay. Now we go to train sample. Here we load the item, right? Okay, we load without selection. We load first. We see what happened. Here, breakpoint, build. So you see now without the selection inside the filter group, right? The SQL where is empty. You see it's empty. No, nothing. So if empty is skip, if it's skip, right? Then your SQL select is without where, so all the data will come out. So no problem. You see, that's the thing. The collection, I think it cannot accept. Because the collection is the loop is different. So how do I convert it to array? I need to convert it to array. Already. But let me check something to confirm first. I want to confirm that the parameter, right, has the value inside. Okay, so as long as it's got the value, then it's okay. It should have the value. Now nothing select, so I also cannot see the value. Okay, then if I select something, okay, then I load item again. Okay, now I see again. I think I put my breakpoint here, easier. Okay, then where's the parameter? I think I tap here, sql.com.parameters. Okay, then the result view. You see, general. I select general to general. I also forgot what I selected. Okay, so it does have the value there. You see, from and to. So, but problem is, this is a array. It cannot accept the parameter. So this is the reason the collection you cannot convert to the array. So what I do is, I need to find a way to convert this to an array by see any converter here first. I think this one cannot. If cannot, then I need to create a list. List, then I put in the SQL parameters here. Okay, put in the SQL parameter. equals to, so I'll see how I can create that as a list. Where is the SQL command dot parameters? New parameters. Nowadays suddenly don't know why the go blank again. New list as parameter. How to write the one already? The collection also cannot. In that case, our manual convert since there's not many for each SQL parameter, in the SQL command dot parameters, list of the SQL param so the SQL param list dot add as parameter. Okay, so this is a manual convert. I believe shouldn't be so troublesome, but never mind. As long as for now it works. And it's not wrong. More important. It's not about wrong. It's about sometimes you need to know the correct tools to use. If you cannot find a correct tools, then use the conventional way. So this one is a conventional way. Okay, so the mainly is to create the list, convert into list. Otherwise, the data is already inside the SQL command parameters. But because I cannot find a way to convert to array, it's a collection. So I use this way to convert to list first, then from list to array. I guess. Yeah. Sorry, I try something quick one. This one don't need to copy. I just try something. I don't know if it can or not. Cannot because it's a collection, so cannot. Anyway, we do ourselves manual do. Now I try again to run. Okay, before that, let's see what type of item group I have. I have general and hardware, right? Okay, so now if I go to the report, open form, and if I load, okay, basically everything comes up. So if I filter general, load item, so only general. So if I load software, no, nothing, no software. If I load hardware, then hardware. So if I use the individual select, let's say I want hardware, general and software. Okay, load. So general because there's no software. So that's how we implement the filter. Okay, the concept is to initialize, and the key is the filter object, or the filter object is the key. So with the key, with the filter object, the important the reason is the key because we use it to build the SQL command and to create the parameters for us. So just now was struggle a bit was because we need to convert these parameters into an array. So that's why we go through the steps. So I think I hope this is what you were asking for. It's a long answer for a short question. How to build report filter as report data set. Report filter as report. I'm not sure. Same thing. Actually, if you are saying that just now the report to have this, it's the same thing. How we get the table, the data. How we get the data is how we need to apply this filter in our report. Get data source. For instance, just now the one called what? Lookup data here. When we get the data, right? This here, when we get the data, we select the time. We need to add the where. If we have a filter there, right? We need to add a where there. Just now the report one is the same. Like this one is say just now the design report, right? Design report here. When we get the report data set, and then this is to collect the data, get the data table. Same thing. This one is to select out the data, right? Without the where or condition. So today, if I have the filter, right? I just need to add the where filter behind. Or if I got the SQL where somewhere like that, same process. As long as it's before you get the data table. Same process as the one that I just show you here, or same one. Okay. Drag out, drag out what user filter? Oh, criteria is it? Oh, that part. Oh, okay. Now I get what you mean. That part is we go back to this, right? I think this one you need to create the object, criteria object first, and then only add it to the data source. But wait, what is the criteria object already? Sorry, this one I need to check. This one I need to check. I didn't prepare this one. Sorry. But it's something to do with you need to same thing to create the object first. I can't remember where's the criteria object already. Here, but this one is form report criteria. Base report, no, auto count report criteria. I think I need to check. I need to check. I try to add into this project as well later on. But I will upload this version first, and later on, if I added the criteria, I'll update again. Okay. So now I cannot go and find out. It'll take a while to find out. At least I think 30 minutes. Any other questions for today? Okay. the next training, the earlier yesterday I mentioned, oh, tomorrow still got one session. Oh, yeah, okay. Tomorrow I need see how, but maybe I just mention it. Because this morning my manager just called me. Probably we will have a meeting and not have a training for the cloud API, not cloud API, for the cloud accounting API, maybe around April or May lah, April or May. So you might want to get ready for this new class. It will be taught by another colleague lah. So for another plugin class, right? I was hoping that we can go further, something more advanced. What I mean advanced is not something that is impossible to do. It's something that more practical. Because what we have learned here, right, is how to build a plugin. And this how to build a plugin, you just need to keep practice, then you sure can learn. But there are also some other practical things, right? It's not about keep practicing only. You need to know how to. So if you have keep practice and you want to learn more, so I'll have to prepare a class for the advanced one. And I'm thinking maybe around June or July, okay? But honestly, that class, if I prepare already, it will be targeting for programmers who have done plugin. If you haven't done plugin, I think you'll find difficult for that class because that class will be targeted for programmers that have done plugins. Okay, so there are some questions. Why fail to build AC 2.3 plugin? 30 minutes ago, get again. Oh, no. You need to download the new plugin. Try to download this plugin. You see whether can build or not. This one, even though it's for 2.1, but you try to use this to build the 2.01 and see. If cannot, then I have to quickly tell the programmer to build another one for 2.0. Okay. I haven't tried it because this one I just received, and now I don't think I want to try. I mean, I don't want to try in front of the training screen recorded. Take the data source from the grid control as the report data source. We try not to get the data source from the grid controller. I mean, you can do that. There's a way to work. But in my experience, last time we got write this way of code, right? End up it creates some bug there. I forgot how it will become bugs. I forgot. But like earlier on, we always like to take the lookup edit data source and then get the table out. Then it has created bugs problem. So if the whole form is created by yourself and then you take the data source by yourself, it's okay. But if you don't take it from AutoCount system grid control, AutoCount we also got grid control, right? But when we get the data source, don't take it from others' data source. That's what I mean. Means if you're creating your own grid control and then take out the data source from that grid control, that's fine. But if you're taking it from others' grid control, means others DLL there, try not to. Try not to. Okay, so any more questions? Oh, may I know how to access AutoCount? Oh, okay. Actually, that's one of my plan to share also, right? Okay. Here the application script, right? You see here, I see if I don't put out for direct download, see what will happen, right? As this one mentioned, say get it from Visual Studio Extension. So currently it support two versions. I believe it support 2019 and 2022. So how do I get the extensions? On top here, right? You go to the extensions and then manage extensions. So my Visual Studio here is a 2019, and here you search for. I also forgot what to search already. I need AutoCount. Here is AutoCount. Search for AutoCount. Now you find this AutoCount script 2019. But this one is for 2.1. AutoCount accounting 2.1 script template for Visual Studio 2019. So you click download. Okay, so I close it. Then next time I reopen, or maybe I open in another Visual Studio. So I create a new project. Because it's first time. Okay, now when I create new project, right? Over here, the desktop here, you look for maybe I need to close everything first. Okay. Oh yeah, it needs to close the Visual Studio first for this to update the Visual Studio components. Okay, so now I just oops. Oh no, this one is recorded. I gotta tell them to change your password. Okay, now here, where am I? Oh, Visual Studio. Okay, and then create new project, right? Create new project, and from here you can find AutoCount, right? So this one is for everything, and then you just click next. So you can select a folder where you want to put the templates. So I'll put local here, select folder. Okay, now create. Okay, so I guess it's ready. All the templates here. So you only need to do it once. Once you're done already, you don't need, you just remove the extension. You don't need to keep the extension there. So how to remove? Actually, we want to do something more dynamic, something that you can decide, oh, I want to use this, I want to use this, okay. But we haven't really spent much time on to how to create more dynamic one. So once you're done already, if you don't need, right, you just remove the call, what you call the, where is it? Or install here. Just remove here, uninstall or disable it. When you need, then you install again. Another thing is same thing like the NuGet. This one is not NuGet. This one is at the, what you call, Visual Studio Marketplace. So you can see the version as well. So far, I guess it's only 2.1. There's no new script added from what I understand. Unless there's a bug or new script added, then we already update the version. So far, basically, I guess you can build this. Let me see. You should be able to run this. Okay. Oh, I think the reference. Oh, okay. The reference, right? I think the time the time was 01. So you cannot build. Never mind, I'll try to get the latest. But if you want, you can just remove the reference here. I don't know whether is it from NuGet. I think it's from NuGet also. But I think it's not the actual one. It's the beta one, I think. So I try to update if there's any update. So anyway, the build is due to, you see few thousand over is due to the reference. So the reference, you have to remove it, and then to come here to add the main entry package, that should be okay. Then the developer express one, the developer express, you can add it from, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, this one alpha one. So yeah, I think this one you need to remove everything and then to add back the main entry. Then should be able to fix. So if you try out first, should be same like how you do the plugin. The reference, you add the main entry package, then it should be cover everything. Okay. So I guess that's all. And tomorrow I'll be covering the, what you call tomorrow, integration. Basically the integration is not about web, it's about AutoCount assembly as well. That means we're using the DLL and then use the DLL to write or load data from AutoCount accounting. So there's no passing to another web server or anything. There's no, it's not covered this part. So because someone asked me whether we'll be having a class to cover the web API, things like that. So not for this class, not at the moment, not for this class. So I guess that's all for today. Any question? Okay. Server down again. The video, my colleague is recording, and then we need to remove some password before giving you the video. I forgot. I didn't see what password it is. You can check with your dealer handler maybe they know where to get. Sometimes they don't update me where the video goes when also. My another training later I only found that he went to YouTube or I asked, hey, can you please delete it? I asked okay, so hope you all learn something for the plugin. If you're back tomorrow, then you have to suffer for another day. Then that's all until see you again. Okay, that's all for today. Bye. Bye. Thank you.
下课了对吗？
对，我关掉那个。